Want me to start doing it? Okay, Mrs. Turner, hi, this is Kathy Tyree.
Morning.
Morning. My hotspot isn't working real well, but I think we can probably go ahead and get started. And I can keep working on that. Let's see. Ms. Ramirez,
Yes, ma'am.
since there are two of you there and there's only one of me here, do you want to be the judge, one of y'all?
Mr. Leon.
I can be the judge.
Okay, who am I talking to?
I'm Victoria De Leon. I'm one of the new coaches for RVHS.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, sorry to be so, I'm so glad we're doing this because I'm just scared to death of the technology. And then to make matters worse, for our region, we have absolutely no control. The judges are going to decide how they want to do everything.
Oh, okay. I will admit I am novice to this. So, okay. Let me see. What are we trying to decide now?
Well, I guess the first thing we need to decide is who's prosecution and defense. Who's going to go first on prosecution? Who's going to go first on defense? Do y'all have any preferences?
We will go with whatever you all would like to do.
Prosecution.
Okay, we're going to start then with the prosecution.
Okay, we will be defense.
Great. Okay, I've got my witnesses in another room, so I'm going to go tell them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Miss Turner, did Mrs. Tyree make you a co-host?
She did not. She said she was going to try, but I don't think she did.
Okay, because we have people in the waiting room, so let me go find her.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, you're on it, right? We're ready to start whenever y'all are.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Um, Miss Tyree, are you going to be sitting in on this? Are you like
Yes.
paired up with another student?
No, I'm in a separate room and I've got the thing that I pulled up initially to control the meeting, and my sound doesn't work because I'm in another teacher's room with her computer. So I'm also on my computer with Bluetooth. But I'm gonna be here for the whole thing.
Okay, so I wasn't here when you asked us to be presiding judge. I can do it, but if you're able to, that might be better, only because I'm not super familiar with the case right now. I haven't worked, like I've been working with them, but I read the case like twice.
Well, Ms. De Leon offered to be the judge.
Oh, okay,
And
she
that,
can,
No.
if she's a coach, that works for me.
that's fine. Yeah, we can, Victoria, are you comfortable with that?
That would be my first time since I am really, really new to mock trial. I wouldn't want to, I'm sorry, I wouldn't want to mess up anything for any of the students.
Then that's fine. I can do it. I can do it.
It doesn't matter, Kathy. I'm fine doing it again. I might need to like ask you, is that correct? But I don't mind doing it either.
Okay. Well,
Victoria
actually,
just signed on to be the coach like 2 weeks ago, so she's really
Um,
kind of just learning. Ms. Ramirez also is new, so they're still figuring things out, but they're catching on pretty quickly.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Turner. So nice.
so do you want me to be the judge?
Um, if you can, that would be great.
I can make it work.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let me get.
Wait, ma'am, before we begin, can one of the attorneys give us the pronouns? And
Yes, I was just about to ask the same thing.
because that's going to be an
So,
issue.
yes, so our Pardalis Jacobitis is a female. Our detective is a male. And our Serval Arata is also a female.
Our Kip is male, as well as our Sylvestris. And our Chouse is female.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
I call the case of State of Texoma versus Sylvestris Diardi to order.
Your Honor, may we go over some housekeeping materials?
Yes, you may.
Can we assume that all witnesses have been sworn in?
I need to do that. So witnesses, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are going to give here today conforms to the rules of the mock trial competition? You need to unmute and say yes.
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 Whoa, okay, great. Now you may proceed. Yes, you had a question? Adina?
I think she,
no, ma'am.
Okay.
Has screen sharing been enabled so that we may share exhibits to the jury?
Hang on. I believe so. Let me check. Yes.
Great. Should we encounter any technical difficulties, would you please instruct the timekeepers to pause timing?
Yes.
And Your Honor, under stipulations 7, 8, and 9, exhibits 1, 2, and 8 respectively are authentic and admissible. May we ask that they be admitted into evidence at this time?
Yes, you may. They are admitted.
Thank
Any objections to that, by the way? Okay, they're admitted.
And at this time, may we introduce ourselves?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Reyes, and I will be delivering the closing statement and direct examining Serval Arata and cross-examining Sylvester Stiardi.
Okay,
Good morning. My name is Alex Alonso Bauer, and I will be delivering the opening statement as well as the direct examination of Sunda Leo and the cross-examination of Kip Minol.
do we have a third attorney?
Your
Do you
Honor,
need to,
I believe his mic is on mute, or his mic isn't picking up.
okay. Can you unmute? Can one of my other attorneys see what's wrong?
Yes, he's working on it.
I think he unmuted.
Can y'all hear him speak while he's speaking right now?
No, no.
Oh. Then there must be a technical difficulty. May our witnesses introduce themselves in the meantime?
Yes.
Great.
Witnesses? You'll need to unmute.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Perdalis Jacobaitis.
Okay,
I'm Detective Sunda Leo.
okay.
Hi,
And
I'm
third-
Silverado.
Okay, great. Did,
I'm also Serval.
okay. We have a technical issue with one of our Serval erratas. So let's see, did the other attorney ever get his mic to work?
I think he has just figured it out. We're going to
Hello?
test.
Anything? Yes.
Okay. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Diego Lopez, and I will be direct examining Parnellis Jacobaitis and cross-examining Chausnemeyer.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to introduce yourselves?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Alyssa Galvan. I will be conducting the direct examination of Sylvester Stiardi as well as the cross-examination of Serval Arata and delivering the opening statement.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Anthony Garza, and I will be conducting the direct examination of Kip Minol, as well as conducting the cross-examination of Pardalis Jacobaitis.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Aiden Salazar, and I will be conducting the direct examination of Chausnemeyer, the cross-examination of Sunda Leo, as well as delivering the closing remarks.
Okay. And your witnesses?
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Serval Arata.
Good morning, I am Sunda Leo.
Wait, I believe those are your prosecution witnesses. I think it should be defense.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is David Hernandez, and I'm Sylvester Stiardi.
Second witness?
Your Honor, I believe our witness for Kip Minol.
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am playing the role of Kip Minol.
Thank you. Third witness?
Good morning, Your Honor. I am playing Chess Maroon.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to proceed? Do you have any questions or how are we doing so far? Okay, timekeepers, are you ready to proceed? Good.
Okay, let's get started with opening statements.
At this time, permission to proceed with the opening statement.
Yes, you may.
One second.
Remember, timekeepers, when he starts talking is when you start keeping time.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Every day, people place bets on the Kentucky Derby, the Super Bowl, or having a winning hand in Vegas. Common, harmless pastimes. However, Sylvester Stiardi raised the stakes by placing a bet on the ability to get away with murder. Good morning, my name is Alex Alonso Bauer, and I, along with my co-counsel, Andrea Reyes and Diego Lopez, are here today to prove to you that Sylvester Stiardi is guilty of the murder of Barry Bizarre. As you hear the testimony today, you will learn that there are three clear components of murder that will point to Sylvester Stiardi: motive, premeditation, and the heinous act itself. First, motive. Barry Bizarre owned and ran the Big Hat Temple Sanctuary. At the time of his death, who was a beneficiary of his will? Sylvester Stiardi. You will learn that the defendant had several large gambling debts that he was desperate to pay off. However, witnesses will testify to Mr. Bizarre's intention of removing Stiardi from his will. The defendant had to take action. The large inheritance that he would receive and the financial security it would bring is a clear motive for murder. Second, premeditation. After the death of his wife, Mr. Bizarre believed a certain tiger, the White Cat, to be his wife reincarnated, and therefore treated her with the utmost care. However, in the week prior to Mr. Bizarre's death, Sylvester Stiardi starved the White Cat in preparation for the killing. Furthermore, the defendant purposefully arranged an opportunity to be alone with Mr. Bizarre for several hours on the evening of April 30th. Sylvester Stiardi knew that the documentary crew filming the sanctuary would be gone all evening. He also sent all resident employees off the property on errands that were unnecessary and would take hours to complete. With no eyewitnesses or cameras watching, the defendant's plan was in place. Finally, when Stiardi was alone with Barry Bizarre, he took Mr. Bizarre into the starved White Cat's cage, a cage whose monitoring camera was not functioning, a fact only the defendant knew. Unfortunately, Mr. Bizarre never made it out of that cage alive. Sylvester Stiardi used the bone grinding machine to grind up Mr. Bizarre's remains. He then took Mr. Bizarre's boat, along with his remains, out to the edge of Texoma Bay, where he disengaged the GPS and left the boat along with the evidence to be destroyed in the incoming typhoon. The defendant returned to the shore in the dinghy before allowing it to be destroyed as well. You will hear that Mr. Stiardi was observed returning to the marina around midnight, soaking wet. At this point, the defendant's bet was set, and he believed that he had gotten away with murder. But then, forensic evidence was found. Traces of blood from both Mr. Bizarre and the defendant were found on the bars of the White Cat's cage. Only their blood was found. This evidence was collected despite Stiardi's efforts to clean that specific cage with bleach on the night of April 30th. You will also hear that testimony that the bone grinding machine had been used and cleaned that night as well. Why clean only one cage and one grinding machine late at night, unless it had been used to destroy evidence? Now, in this case, we, the prosecution, bear the burden of proof. We must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sylvester Stiardi is guilty. However, this does not mean that there can be no doubt at all. Instead, reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. As you hear the facts, you will come to see that there is no reasonable doubt in this case. Sylvester Stiardi has a long history of gambling, but nothing matches this bet right here. The defendant bet that he could take an innocent life and get away with it, not only unscathed, but debt-free, several $1,000s richer, and the owner of a successful corporation. Sylvester Stiardi had the motive, opportunity, and the means to cause a starved animal to eat its beloved owner. Ladies and gentlemen of jury, I ask that you pay close attention to the facts of today's case and come to the only reasonable conclusion. Sylvester Stiardi is guilty of murder. Thank you.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. Money makes people do crazy things. Money has the power to make people steal, cheat, and lie. On April 30th, 2020, Barry Bizarre went missing, and Serval Arata saw the perfect opportunity to lie his way to Barry's will by blaming his disappearance on Sylvester Stiardi. Good morning. My name is Alyssa Galvan, and I, along with my co-counsel Anthony Garza and Aiden Salazar, represent the defendant, Sylvester Stiardi. After a close call during a tiger attack, Barry decided to change the beneficiary of his will from Serval Arata to the person who saved his life, Sylvester Stiardi. Serval took this personally, and it became clear that he had developed a strong hate towards Sylvester simply because Barry had chosen Sylvester over him. You would think it would take a lot to blame someone for murder and have them thrown in jail over something that didn't happen. But to someone as desperate as Serval Arata, all it took was a grudge and the title of sole contingent beneficiary. Serval saw Barry as family, and when he found out Sylvester was the primary beneficiary, he was outraged. It only makes sense that he would do everything in his power to revoke Sylvester's ability to inherit Barry's will. April 30th started with Sylvester's delegating tasks for the staff to complete, which isn't unusual considering the fact that Mr. Stiardi is in charge of supervising the staff and keeping them on task. He had sent Kip to pick up food for the cats at the sanctuary, and he had given Arata the task of picking up security cameras from the Weisbein store in Melissa, because the local location didn't have the necessary supplies. At the end of the day, when everyone left to do their tasks, Sylvester went on his routine 10-mile run. From 9:30 p.m. to 11:15 p.m., Sylvester was out running. But that didn't stop him from noticing a few details from the night of Barry's disappearance. After the run, he saw Aruta's car next to his cabin, despite Aruta's claim of being at the bar during that time. And he had heard the sound of machinery going off from the meat processing plant. Sylvester decided not to look too far into it and headed to sleep. The next day, Barry and his boat were nowhere to be found. And although Sylvester Stiardi didn't even come into contact with Barry Bizarre that night, the prosecution has dragged him to court to blame him for a murder that nobody has proof of actually happening. Today, you'll hear from Sylvester Stiardi himself, who will tell you the real story of what happened to Barry Bizarre, including the fact that Serval Arata had shown a history of trying to cause feuds between Barry and Sylvester in futile attempts to get the title of sole beneficiary back. He will also tell you how Barry had previously told Sylvester he was going to sell off for a while to get away from it all, not knowing the storm waiting at bay. We will also call Chaz Mir, who has worked at the Big Cat Sanctuary Marina with Barry Bizarre for 10 years. He'll tell you that the supposed story of Sylvester sending Barry's boat out to sea is a nearly impossible feat due to the 3-mile swim that would have been necessary to get back to shore. He'll also tell you that Barry had a tendency of selling out to sea without reason, providing evidence that Barry had a history of leaving with minimal warning to his staff. Lastly, you'll hear from Kip Manuel, the senior maintenance worker, who will tell you about how Sylvester got along with practically every staff member at the Cat Sanctuary. He'll also tell you how the film crew hid tensions at the temple, as well as giving his insight on the cause of the fire and other maintenance issues. Now, the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Sylvester committed murder. This means that they have to be able to completely convince you that our client is responsible for the disappearance of Barry Bizarre. Throughout the course of the trial, ask yourself, can the prosecution prove without a doubt that Sylvestris would kill someone who is practically her family? The man who was willing to give her a second chance at life? Ask yourselves if they can disprove the basic fact that Mr. Arruda is simply trying to get Sylvestris thrown in jail so he can receive Barry's will. We trust that at the end of this trial, you'll be able to see the only possible explanation to Barry's disappearance was his desire to get away and his unwittingly journey straight into a deadly storm. In other words, you'll come to the conclusion that Sylvestris Diardi did not murder Barry Bizarre. Thank you.
Okay, prosecution, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution calls Pardalis Jacobitis to the stand.
Pardalis Jacobitis, you have been previously sworn. Please take the stand.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Pardalis Jacobitis, but pretty much everyone calls me PJ now. I'm 31 years old and I'm a freelance journalist who specializes in documentaries.
So how did you become a journalist?
Well, I've always had a passion for it, so I went to Texoma College of Journalism, and for the past 10 years, I've been covering stories on strange and unique individuals like Barry Bizarre.
And how did you become associated with Mr. Bizarre?
Well, a little over 2 years ago, I ran into him at an animal law conference, and I convinced him to let me produce a documentary about him in a sanctuary.
Can you explain to the jury what the sanctuary is?
Yeah, the Big Cat Temple is a sanctuary for big cats like lions, tigers, and leopards that Barry owned. It's basically like a zoo, circus, and church all rolled into one.
When did you start your documentary?
I started around spring of 2019. That's when I moved onto the sanctuary to be near my work at all times.
Are you familiar with the defendant, Sylvester Diardi?
Yes, I am. Sylvestris worked at the sanctuary and was one of the subjects of my documentary.
How did the defendant contribute to the documentary?
Well, I spent a lot of film on Sylvestris, and the more we talked, the juicier the content was. Turns out he thought Barry was a lunatic.
How did you know that?
Well, Sylvestris told me himself. He had a lot of critical things to say about Barry, and even said it would be perfect karma if Barry was eaten by the white cat.
Explain to the jury what the white cat is.
Sure. The white cat was this white Siberian tigress that Barry owned shortly after his wife died. He thought it was his wife reincarnated, so he called it the wife cat, or white cat for short.
Ms. Jacobitis, was the white cat or any other cat at the sanctuary ever dangerous to work with?
Well, I was never personally attacked, but after hearing what happened at the Texoma Zoo, I knew they were definitely feisty.
Are you referring to the 2020 attack at the Texoma Zoo?
Yep, that's the one. I was crazy scared after learning what an angry cat can do to a person.
Your Honor, may I present to the witness what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 8 under Stipulation 9?
Do we have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
You may present.
Ms. Jacobitis, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. I remember reading it when it first came out.
What is this article about?
Well, it's about the awful attack where the snow leopard mauled and killed its trainer.
Ms. Jacobitis, would you please read the highlighted portion of this exhibit for the jury?
Yes, the lead vet at Texoma University wrote, "They are dangerous animals that can kill a human in seconds, even if unprovoked."
And does this statement apply to animals such as the white cat?
Yes, he said it was about big cats, just like the white cat.
Now, I'd like to shift gears to talk about the death of Barry Bizarre. What were you doing on April 30th?
Well, since it was a Thursday, it was my night off, and my crew and I went to go get dinner and drinks. We left the sanctuary around 7:30 p.m.
To your knowledge, did everyone at the sanctuary know that you would be gone that evening?
Of course, my crew and I go out every single Thursday night. Everyone knows that.
What time did you get back to the sanctuary that night?
I got back around 2 in the morning. That's when I got back to my shed. We had been gone for 6.5 hours.
Did you see the decedent Mr. Bazaar on May 1st?
No, the last time I saw him was at dinner before I left.
Was it common for him to leave without any notice?
No, not that I know of. He had taken his boat out a couple of times before, but never for longer than a week. And he always let someone know where he was going.
Prior to April 30th, did you ever notice any conflict between the defendant and Mr. Bazaar?
Well, since I was filming everything, I definitely felt some tension. Sylvester's was doing some sketchy stuff on the side to make a buck, and Barry was definitely—
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, this is perfectly relevant to the case as it explains how there is conflict between the defendant and Mr. Bazaar.
Your Honor, this line of questioning is more prejudicial than it is probative, and under Rule 401 confuses the issue and is misleading.
How is it misleading?
Because he's going on to describe tension that we can or cannot describe was there at the time.
I'm going to overrule your objection at this time.
Did you ever catch any of this tension on film?
Yes, I filmed nearly everything. Although the most chilling thing was when Sylvester stared directly into the camera and wished Barry would be eaten by the white cat.
Do you still have this evidence?
No, it was conveniently destroyed in the fire that almost killed me too on May 3rd.
Tell the jury more about the fire.
Well, early that morning, I woke up smelling smoke and there was a fire raging inside my shed. Even though the fire alarm didn't go off, I was able to make it out alive. The same cannot be said for all of my hard work.
You have any of your footage from the documentary?
No, it was all destroyed in the fire, which is pretty convenient for anyone who does not want my footage to come out. It was devastating.
To your knowledge, why didn't the fire alarm go off that night?
Well, I know that the fire alarm could only make sounds if there are batteries in it, even if they're almost dead. So the batteries had to have been taken out completely.
Finally, Ms. Jacobitis, why are you testifying today?
Well, all of the evidence points to Sylvestris. He had motive and opportunity. Sylvestris clearly murdered Barry Bazaar and burned down my shed to cover up any of the evidence.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
You may proceed with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Jacobitis. My name is Anthony Garza. I'm going to be asking you a couple of questions today. Now, Ms. Jacobitis, you are a freelance journalist, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you had decided to run a documentary on Barry Bazaar's sanctuary, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You signed a contract in March of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 3?
Any objections? Could I have a verbal answer?
Yes, it does. It has not been admitted.
I believe he has not had an opportunity to ask for it to be admitted.
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
I'm going to go ahead and allow him to approach with, and you said it was which exhibit?
It is Exhibit 3, ma'am.
Okay, so yes, you may approach with Exhibit 3.
Yes, Your Honor. Let the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 3 to opposing counsel. Now, Ms. Jacobitis, I'm now showing you a copy of Exhibit 3, if I can pull up the screen share. Yes, co-counsel is going to be sharing the screen, if you can direct your attention towards that. Now, Ms. Jacobitis, do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the contract I signed with Barry Bazaar.
Once again, can you briefly identify it for the jury?
Oh, yes, this is the contract I signed with Barry Bazaar to film a documentary on this Big Cat Temple.
Was this record prepared or maintained within the regular course of your business?
Yes, it was.
And was it prepared at or near the time of the events described?
Would you repeat that, please?
Was the document prepared around the time of its signing or around the time of its creation?
Yes.
And does this copy fairly and accurately depict the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And does the copy appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Do we have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, reading along with me, Ms. Jacobidis, you were provided unrestricted access at all times at the Big Cat Temple?
Yes, that's correct.
And there were very specific areas in which you were restricted from filming, right?
Yes.
One of these areas being Barry Bizarre's boat, the Cat's Ironic.
Yes, that's right.
And as well, you would agree with me that constant filming and unfiltered access could inadvertently cause tension among the crew.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Your Honor, I'm just simply trying to lay the groundwork that Mr. Jacobidis Ms. Jacobidis could have inadvertently caused tension by their intrusive nature of filming.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Now, to repeat the question so you can answer properly, Ms. Jacobidis, you'd agree with me that constant filming could inadvertently cause tension among the crew?
I guess you could say that.
Moving on, you kept all of your filming equipment and footage inside of the shed you resided in, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You did not keep a backup of any kind for your documentary footage?
No, at the time I didn't think it would be necessary.
And that's a yes, correct?
Oh, yes.
And the night after Barry's disappearance, a fire had burned the shed and your footage to the ground, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it is your contention that this fire was an attack on your life?
Not necessarily on my life, more on of my equipment and all of the footage.
But as well, you'd agree with me that there isn't any concrete evidence to prove that the fire was intentional?
Well, no, but any of the evidence was burned down. And there
That
was,
is a no, correct?
well, there was also the fingerprints on the fire alarm. To prove
Well,
that.
you also, moving on already, if you've answered no, you also mentioned that the storm typhoon Judy struck in the same path that Barry's boat was heading, correct?
Yes, I believe
And
so.
to clarify, Barry left on unannounced trips pretty regularly,
Well, he usually said where he was going.
but he did leave on unannounced trips every now and then.
Yes,
This was such a common occurrence that you weren't surprised to see his boat missing on May 1st, correct?
correct.
Isn't it reasonable to believe that Barry was simply lost at sea due to the unexpected storm?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking the witness to speculate. I'm just trying to clarify, excuse me, Your Honor, I'm not asking the witness to speculate. I'm just trying to clarify that this is one of the most, if anything, Your Honor, I can move on.
Go ahead and move on. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Moving on, you took a picture of a tiger's cage on your phone in 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I am showing a copy of Exhibit 9 to opposing counsel. Now, Ms. Jacobidis, I'm showing you a copy of Exhibit 9. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the photo I took.
Does this copy fairly and accurately depict the scene when you took the photograph?
Yes.
Does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Do we have any objections? Actually, I believe it's already been admitted into evidence under the pursuant to the stipulations earlier. So you may go ahead and address the exhibit with the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I don't believe the council has had the opportunity to ask any questions about this particular photograph. So reserve your objection and let him get a little bit farther along.
Your Honor, it has not been admitted.
Your Honor, I believe it was just admitted right now as per the stipulations.
Pardon me, did I get that wrong? Wasn't that one of the exhibits that was stipulated to?
Your
Allow
Honor,
me to check the case
As
materials.
admissible?
it was 1, 2, and 8.
Yeah, and this is Exhibit 8, is it not?
No, Your
This is
Honor, it's
9.
Exhibit 9.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the screen. Okay, Exhibit 9, it's admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, moving on to the exhibit, Ms. Jacobitis, excuse me. You holding up, well, if anything, since you have it up for the jury that my co-counsel has, that is the only piece of footage that remains from your time during filming, right?
Yes.
And it's reasonable to say that any claims you made on Sylvestris cannot be proven without the footage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish exhibits 3 and 9 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Do we have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Your Honor, at this time, the prosecution calls Sandaleo to the stand.
Sandaleo, you have been sworn in. You may take the stand.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Detective Sandaleo. I am a detective for the PD here in Texoma City, Texoma.
And do you have any training to qualify you for this position?
Yes, I graduated second in my class out of 50 from the Oklahoma Police Academy.
And how long have you been on the police force?
I've been in the police force for about 10 years now, 8 with the PD here in Texoma and 2 with the 6-gun police department.
And have you had any experience with murder investigations?
Yes, I've had an extensive experience with murder investigation. I've been the lead detective on multiple cases and assisted with many others.
And are you familiar with the case involving the death of Barry Bazaar?
Yes, I was the detective on the case.
And how did you become a part of this investigation?
Well, on May 3rd, a little before 8 a.m., I was called by one of the firefighters who had responded to the scene to respond to a possible arson.
And what did you observe when you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived at the scene, I saw some firefighters putting out some remaining embers of a shed that looked like it had been burned down.
Did you examine the remains of this shed?
Yes, I found melted video equipment and a detached smoke detector.
What did you learn about the cause of the fire?
It seemed that the cause of the fire seemed to be arson. The door hinges looked like they had been knocked off, and the smoke detector looked like it had been removed.
Was there any other evidence to point to the shed being? Never mind. When did this investigation shift from arson to murder?
Well, I had found out from Mr. Jacobitis that Sylvester Stiardi, Barry Bazaar had gone missing on the night of April 30th.
And were there any other indications that a murder had been committed?
Yes, Jacobitis had also said that Sylvester Stiardi had burned down his shed because
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, this question does not call for speculation. Sandaleo is the detective. He should know the reasons.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection because he is recounting what was said.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Were there any other indications that a murder had been committed?
Yes. We found fingerprints on the smoke detector in Jacobus's shed and DNA of both Barry Bazaar and Sylvester Stiardi in the Y-Cat cage.
Were any residents at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary on April 30th?
No, Sylvester Stiardi had sent everyone out on errands.
And so why were the other, what if anything, did you learn about the relationship between Mr. Diardi and Mr. Bazaar?
Servo Lorata had informed me of arguments between the two.
What were these arguments about?
These arguments were about the food. Sylvester Stiardi had been purchasing old food to feed to the cats at the Big Cat Sanctuary.
And so were there any other indications that Barry Bazaar might have been murdered?
Yes. On the night of April 30th, there was the grinder had been going off. Mr. Bazaar's boat had mysteriously left the sanctuary around 10 to 11 p.m. on the night of April 30th. Like I had said, we found fingerprints of both Barry Bazaar and Sylvester Stiardi on the white cat cage.
Did anyone witness Mr. Bazaar getting on the boat and leaving?
No. Mr. Chausna-Meyer had said he saw the boat leave, but he didn't see anyone. He didn't see who got on.
Was it unusual for Mr. Bazaar to leave unannounced?
Yes, it was very unusual. Usually, Mr. Bazaar would have Chausna-Meyer double check that his boat was ready to leave.
Did you ever speak with Diardi on the day of May 3rd?
Yes, in fact, I did. Mr. Diardi had informed me of some cameras that in the white cat cage that were malfunctioning.
Did you notice anything odd about Sylvester Diardi that day?
Yes, he had some cuts and scrapes on his arm.
Why were they not? Excuse me. What is the significance of the cameras to this case?
Well, had the cameras in the white cat cage been working, we would have seen what had happened on the night of April 30th.
Besides Diardi, which employees knew that this camera was not working?
Sylvester Diardi was the only person who knew that these cameras were not working.
Did you find any evidence incriminating Diardi?
Yes. The blood traces of Barry Bazaar and Mr. Diardi himself in the white cat cage and fingerprints in Pardalis Jacobitis' shed.
Your Honor, may I present to the witness what has been previously marked as Exhibit 4? Do you recognize what I just presented to you?
Yes, this is the forensic laboratory report.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that report?
Yes.
And has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that Exhibit 4 be admitted into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Okay, it's
So-
admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what did this report conclude about the defendant's fingerprints?
The fingerprints on the smoke detector match the right index finger and the right thumb of Sylvester Diardi.
And what did the report conclude about the blood in the white cat cage?
The first swab matches the DNA of Sylvester Diardi, and the second swab matches the DNA of Barry Bazaar.
What was the confidence level of those blood tracings?
The DNA matches had a confidence level of 99.9997%.
And was this enough evidence to arrest Diardi?
Yes, this and the witness interviews were enough to arrest Sylvester Diardi on May 20th.
Moving on, in your experience, what is the most common motive for murder?
The most common motive for murder is without a doubt money, and this case is no exception. Sylvester Diardi had massive gambling debts, and by inheriting the estate, he would have been able to pay off those debts.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Allow me to proceed.
Can I interrupt one moment and have everybody just put on hold? Timekeepers, stop your timekeeping. I need to go take care of something. It'll take me 30 seconds. Thank you for your patience. You may proceed.
Mr. Leo, you have led 2 different investigations, is that correct?
Yes, I've been the lead detective on 2 other investigations.
And you've assisted in 3 others, correct?
Yes.
So in total, you've only been involved in 5 investigations for your entire career?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Now I'd like to talk about the investigation you did for the disappearance of Barry Bazaar. During this investigation, the first person you talked to was Mr. Jacobidis?
Yes, that's correct.
At the time of questioning, you described him as distracted and disoriented, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree with
Your Honor,
me?
hearsay?
Excuse me?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay?
Response?
Your Honor, this is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Therefore, it is being used to perceive whether or not Mr. Leo understood the conditions that the people he were interviewing was in.
Your Honor, this affects the witness's testimony, which is what the problem is.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me re-ask the question. So at the time of questioning, you described him as distracted and disoriented, correct?
Yes, what his shed did just collapse while he was.
So you'd agree with me that it's possible he didn't provide the best testimony under those circumstances.
I believe he did.
Now, on this day, you also looked into the fire that occurred at the sanctuary.
Yes, that's correct.
And the fire department was looking into the incident as well?
Yes, I had been called by one of the firefighters.
So while looking into what caused the fire, both parties noticed the missing batteries and the smoke detector, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that this could have happened during the collapse of the shed, right?
It could have, but it also could have been removed.
Despite this observation, you continued the investigation, right?
Yes.
And in doing so, you later decided to check for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
While checking for the fingerprints, you discovered Sylvester's fingerprint on the smoke detector, correct?
Yes.
Detective Leo, you'd agree with me that DNA can be found up to 40 years after deposition, correct?
I do not know that.
So then you don't have any actual proof Sylvester's had anything to do with the faulty smoke detector?
I believe I do.
And also, just to clarify, you don't have any direct experience with fire investigations, do you?
No.
So despite the fact you didn't know for sure what caused the fire, you were determined to blame Sylvestris, correct?
Well, Sylvester's fingerprints were on the smoke detector.
Now let's talk about the rest of the investigation. During your investigation, you decided all you could do was write down the allegations and follow up, correct?
Well, yes, those were my witness interviews from each person at the sanctuary.
Yes. So this means that all your findings were based on unproven testimony then, correct?
Well, I'm a detective. That's my job. I go to the witnesses of the scene. I collect their information.
All right, let's move on, Mr. Detective. Now, one of the people you questioned was Several Aruda, correct?
Yes.
And in his alibi, he was at Snoopy's bar at the time of Barry's disappearance?
Yes, because Sylvester Stiardi had sent him out to go pick up cameras from the Weiss Biome store, some batteries.
However, you have no actual proof that at the time of Barry, he was there at the time of Barry's supposed murder, do you?
No.
So despite having nothing to prove his claims, you decided that they were good enough?
Well, Sylvester Stiardi was the only one at the cat sanctuary while Mr. Bizarre had disappeared, and everyone else was out, so it could only have been Sylvester Stiardi.
In another allegation, you decided to follow up on was if Serval had ever had sailed away on the dinghy, correct?
Serval?
Yes.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, to follow that allegation, you called the Coast Guard, didn't you?
Yes, I called the Coast Guard to see if we could find Mr. Bizarre's boat.
And after 2 weeks, they didn't find anything, did they?
No.
They offered to search a wider area, correct?
Yes, but there was no we had been looking for 2 weeks. We had found nothing, and there was the typhoon that came, so.
So you declined this offer because you thought it wasn't necessary then?
I declined it because we had been searching for 2 weeks and we came up with nothing.
Later on, however, you were asked by Sylvester's attorney to continue searching, right?
No, I was asked by Sylvester's attorney to look for the dinghy, not the boat of Very Bizarre.
Continue searching, correct?
For the dinghy.
But to continue searching?
Yes,
or no?
but the Coast Guard and I had searched for Mr. Bizarre's boat, not not the dinghy.
During this expanded search, you still found no dinghy, correct?
No.
So this meant all you had were 2 DNA samples that can be from anywhere in the last 40 years and a couple of biased opinions?
No, I found the DNA samples in the white cat cage and the fingerprints on the smoke detector. And the DNA is a 99.9997% match with Mr. Bizarre and Sylvester Stiardi.
DNA that could last anywhere up to 40 years after it has been laid there?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you consider all of this enough evidence to convict Sylvester Stiardi?
Yes, I believe this, and I believe the fingerprints, the DNA on the white cat cage, and the witness interviews was enough to arrest Mr. Stiardi.
So despite not finding any surefire evidence incriminating Sylvestris, you decided you had enough to accuse her of murder?
I believe I had surefire evidence.
Your Honor, this time I now pass the witness.
Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Okay, call your next witness.
The prosecution calls Serval Arata.
Serval Arata, you have been sworn in.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello. Serval Arata, 28 years, and I live in, I'm sorry, there's a really bad feedback. I could hear myself talking.
Does everyone else in the room have their their computers on mute?
Okay, I'm sorry, can we start again? I think we're good now.
Sorry about that. Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Serval Arata. I'm 28 years old, and I live right here in Texoma, where I was born and raised.
And what is your occupation, Ms. Arata?
I've been working as Barry Bazaar's personal assistant for about 6 years now. Barry owned and ran a sanctuary for wildcats called the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary.
What were your responsibilities as his personal assistant?
I handled all of his important paperwork, and I handled all of our administrative tasks for our front of house operations.
What was your relationship with Mr. Bazaar like?
He trusted me with all of his documents and information as his assistant, but more than that, Barry and I were family. I've admired Barry since before I even began working with him, just because he has such a big heart for people and animals. But Barry and I told each other everything, and I mean everything.
What was it like working at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary?
Well, it wasn't your everyday job, that's for sure. We worked with massive tigers like the white cat.
What was it like working with the other employees at the temple sanctuary?
Everyone was mostly enthusiastic about taking care of the cats, and everyone seemed to get along, except for Sylvestris.
Are you referring to the defendant, Sylvestris Diardi?
Yes, I am.
What made you think that Sylvestris Diardi did not get along well with others?
Well, it all started when I heard several loud arguments between Barry and Sylvestris.
What about his will?
Barry mentioned something about removing Sylvestris from his will. Barry was very mad at Sylvestris when he found out that Sylvestris was feeding the cats rancid meat and selling the good meat on the side to make a profit.
Was Sylvestris Diardi the sole beneficiary of Barry Bazaar's will at this time?
Yes, Barry made Sylvestris the sole inheritor after Sylvestris allegedly saved Barry from a tiger attack.
Did you have any other reason to distrust the defendant?
Honestly, Sylvestris just wasn't great at his job, and it even went as far as starving the white cat.
How do you know the defendant was starving the white cat?
We keep regular feeding notes, and it was obvious that Sylvestris was not feeding the white cat the correct amounts.
Would you recognize a copy of these feeding notes?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been previously marked as Exhibit 7?
Yes, you may.
Let the record reflect that I am tendering a copy to opposing counsel. Ms. Arata, what is on the screen before you?
These are Sylvestris's feeding notes from the week Barry died.
Are these a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, they are.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, they've not been.
Was this document made at or near the time indicated by somebody with knowledge of what it was contained?
Yes, it was made April 27th by Sylvestris.
Was this document kept in the regular course of your business?
Yes, it was.
Was making the document a regular practice of your business?
Yes, it was.
And are you qualified to testify to this record?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I ask that Exhibit 7 now be admitted into evidence as a business record.
Do we have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Ms. Arata, please take a look at the document in front of you and tell us how many times the Y cat was fed from April 27th to April 30th.
Well, it appears the white cat was only fed twice in those 4 days.
And how many times were the other cats fed in those same 4 days?
On average, we feed the cats twice a day, so that means the other cats were fed approximately 8 times in those 4 days.
Was this unusual that the Y cat was fed far less than any other cat at the sanctuary?
Given that the white cat is Barry's favorite and he demands the best care for his reincarnated wife, it's definitely unusual that the white cat was fed the least.
Moving on, what can you tell me about the day of April 30th?
It was a weird day from the start. Sylvestris was sending everyone on errands out of town at the same time that night.
Did the defendant send you anywhere that night?
Even though Sylvestris isn't supposed to task me with any errands, Sylvestris sent me to a We Spy 'Em store an hour and a half away, even though we have a store in our town.
Can you tell the jury what the We Spy 'Em store is?
Sure, it's the store where we buy all of our electrical equipment and security cameras for the sanctuary.
Now, why did Mr. Diardi send you to the store that is further away?
Sylvestris claims to have called our local store and found out they were out of what we needed.
So did you go to that store?
No, I decided to stop by our local store just in case to save a trip if I could. And sure enough, they had exactly what we needed, and the store hadn't been contacted by Sylvestris at all, which is super suspicious.
Why is that suspicious?
Well, Sylvestris purposefully sent me to the furthest store, sent Kip on a 6-hour journey, and we all knew Jacobitis would be gone on Thursdays.
So who exactly was left at the sanctuary the night of Mr. Bizarre's death?
Sylvestris was left alone with Barry that entire evening for at least 4 hours.
And how often did the film crew leave the Big Cat Temple?
Only on Thursdays. They did this every week. It was kind of like their tradition. Otherwise, they were always filming and everything was on camera.
Now, did you go anywhere else that night after the store?
Yes, I stopped by a local pub at 9 p.m. and stayed for a while.
And what time did you return to the Big Cat Temple that night?
I returned at 11 p.m.
What did you do when you returned home?
I took a quick walk around the sanctuary just to check on the cats.
Did you notice anything on your walk?
I did actually. Only the white cat's cage had been cleaned and it reeked of bleach. I know Kip didn't clean any cages before he left, so it had to have been Sylvestris who cleaned the cage.
Did you notice anything else?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, the witness laid the proper foundation as to how she came to the conclusion that Sylvestris Diardi was the only one that logically could have cleaned the cage, as he was the only one at the sanctuary at the time.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness is making a claim in the tone of certainty. She's not exactly sure who was the actual person who did clean the cage, and making a claim that it was Sylvestris is speculation.
Again, Your Honor, I believe that the witness did a thorough job of explaining the steps that she took before arriving at that conclusion, and it's not speculation if she proves the logic behind it.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think she has established with her testimony who, in her opinion, was at the sanctuary.
Thank you, Your Honor. So did you notice anything else unusual that night?
Well, Barry's boat was missing, and he hadn't told me of any trips he was planning on taking like he normally does.
Did you see anyone before you went to sleep that night?
I did. Around midnight, I saw Sylvestris dripping wet coming from the direction of the marina.
Did you see Mr. Bizarre on the night of April 30th?
No, I hadn't seen or heard anything from Barry.
Were you worried?
I was. On May 2nd, I suggested that we call the police to search for him.
Did the defendant agree with calling the police?
No. In fact,
Your Honor, object to hearsay.
Your Honor, this is an exception to hearsay as it is a statement made by a party opponent.
Any response?
No response, Your Honor.
I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you. So did the defendant agree with your decision to call the police?
No. In fact, Sylvestris wanted to wait even longer and call the Coast Guard instead of the police.
Now, Ms. Arata, what do you know about the fire that took place in the film shed?
Right. The film shed mysteriously burned down real late at night, or I guess early morning, and Jacobitis barely made it out alive. Everything inside the shed was completely destroyed.
Does that include all of the film and videos that had been taken?
Yes, any and all evidence was completely incinerated.
Was the fire considered to be arson?
Well, everything inside was burned up really bad, so they couldn't say for sure, but I think it's fishy considering Sylvestris has been convicted of arson in the past.
And Ms. Arata, why are you here today?
I'm here to find justice for my
Your
dear.
Honor, I object to relevance.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness should be able to tell us why she is testifying here today and what her motivations are behind that.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't find that the witness's opinion on why she's here today is relevant to any actual evidence of the case or the cause of death of Barry Bizarre.
Your Honor, another reason why this is relevant, besides the fact that her testimony is relevant, is that this would eliminate any bias, as she is explaining that she is coming from a totally normal place of testimony.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The explanation that she's coming from a reasonable place of testimony is irrelevant because it's not a factual statement. It's the witness's opinion.
Your Honor, witnesses are allowed to testify to their lay opinion.
Any response?
I stand by my objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and sustain the objection.
Thank you. Ms. Arata, do you believe, in your opinion, that Mr. Bizarre would have spontaneously sailed away?
No, Barry Bizarre wouldn't have left without contacting anyone. Barry
Your
loved.
Honor, I object to speculation.
Your Honor, this witness is giving her opinion as I instructed her to, and as the closest friend of Mr. Bizarre for many, many years, she can testify to Mr. Bizarre's nature of spontaneously sailing away and whether or not he would stay away for this long of time.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Despite the relationship between Barry Bizarre and Mrs. Arata, she doesn't have enough experience, or she's not the actual person who's able to testify whether or not he would leave with free will.
Again, Your Honor, the decedent is unavailable as he is dead. So this witness, again, being one of Mr. Bizarre's closest friends, is able to testify to his previous habits of sailing away and whether or not it is reasonable, in her opinion, that he would have sailed away this particular time.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The very fact that he's not able to disagree is the exact reason why this witness should not be able to testify based on his actual decisions.
Again, Your Honor, witnesses are allowed to give their opinion.
I'm going to overrule this objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Arata, again, do you believe that Mr. Bizarre would have spontaneously sailed away?
No, Barry wouldn't have sailed away without contacting one of us. Barry loved and cared for his cats and employees. That's not what happened to him.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Are you ready for cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mrs. Arata, let's discuss your relationship with Sylvestris. At the beginning of Sylvestris's career at the temple, you felt like Sylvestris was bad news, correct?
I'm sorry, can you go start over again?
Of course. Let's discuss your relationship with Sylvestris. At the beginning of Sylvestris's career at the temple, you felt like Sylvestris was bad news, correct?
I did, yes. I believe that he doesn't do his job right. So.
And you stated that you didn't like how much time Barry spent with him, right?
I mean, I don't think that Sylvestris was.
Redirect you back to my question. In your statement, you considered it, and you stated that you didn't like how much time Barry spent with him, right?
Hearsay.
Your Honor, this statement is coming from the fact statement. It's an in-court statement.
Your Honor, the fact statements are actually not in court statements unless they're admitted for purposes of impeachment.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The statement I'm referring to comes straight from the mouth of the witness and is recorded in the fact statement, not that it's an out-of-court statement within the fact statement.
Again, Your Honor, I believe asking the question you have stated before is hearsay, as it is an out-of-court statement.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The reference to you've stated is within the fact statement, but not an out-of-court statement within the fact statement.
But the fact statement itself is an out-of-court statement, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection since the witness who actually made the statement, or the individual who made the statement, is actually on the stand and can be cross-examined and redirected with regard to that statement.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Arata, I'm going to repeat my question. You didn't like how much time Barry spent with Sylvestris, correct?
I didn't, because I thought that Sylvestris was bad for Barry.
You considered it unfortunate that you had to keep working with him as well, right?
I guess so.
Yes, correct?
I think, yes.
You've even gone as far as claiming he provoked a tiger attack on Barry at one point, right?
He did. I mean,
now, this means that you've made negative claims against Sylvestris before, right?
what do you mean?
Well, if you claimed that Sylvestris has provoked a tiger attack, that's a negative claim, correct? And this, correct?
It's just fact. I don't.
I'm sorry. So you were there and you saw Sylvestris provoke a tiger attack?
No, I wasn't there, but I know
so
what.
You can't claim that it's a fact, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
You can't claim that it's a fact that it was a provoked tiger attack?
It was obviously a provoked tiger attack. There's no other way it could have been.
So you've made negative claims before, right?
I still don't know what you mean.
You'd agree with me that saying somebody provoked a tiger attack isn't a good claim, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the day Barry went missing, April 30th. On that day, you claim that Sylvester sent you on unnecessary supply runs, right?
He sent me on the run to the store in Melissa, an hour and a half away.
Let me redirect you back to my question. You claim that Sylvester sent you on unnecessary supply runs, right?
Well, yes, it was unnecessary for me to go.
You said Sylvester sent Kip to the meat processing plant, right?
Yeah, that was 3 hours away.
Now, you'd agree with me that animals need food to survive, right?
Yes.
And you also stated you were aware that the sanctuary was in need of new cameras, correct?
I was informed that a few of the cameras were on the fritz, but
So we'd be able to say that these aren't unnecessary supply runs, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Confusing the matter. The witness said that her specific task to go get cameras was the unnecessary one, not the one to go get the food.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness just answered the fact that the need for cameras was necessary and that she was aware that they were needed.
Again, I'm referring to the line of questioning about the cat food. The attorney asked a misleading question in that these tasks were unnecessary. The witness, she's merging two tasks into one question, and there's two separate tasks, one which was necessary, one which was unnecessary. And the ambiguous questions that the attorney has asked my witness has confused the matter.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I wasn't trying to confuse anybody. I simply use tasks as like an umbrella term to express all the different options that Sylvester sent people out that day.
I am going to sustain the objection. I think that it is that you're referring to two separate items and you're merging the two together, and that is confusing the witness.
Okay. Now, Ms. Arata, you consider these cameras to be necessary, correct?
Well, they are necessary, but we had multiple cameras that were working still, so.
I'm sorry, so you didn't believe that the cameras were on the fritz at the sanctuary?
I didn't say that. They were, some of them were, only a few, not all of them.
You'd agree with me that it was necessary to get some cameras, correct?
Well, I didn't think that it was necessary at that moment. There were still working cameras, so there was no need for us to get those ones working that minute.
Let's discuss your relationship with Barry. Mrs. Arata, you described your relationship with Barry as very close, correct?
Yes, we were like family.
Now, because of this close relationship, you were initially named the beneficiary of Barry's will, right?
I was.
And then Sylvestris was named the beneficiary at the time of Barry's death, right?
Yes, I believe that is true, yes.
And you weren't happy about this, correct?
At first, I was a little upset and confused, but I came to accept the fact that he was beneficiary.
Now, you were hurt by Barry's decision to change the will, right?
At first, I was a little hurt because I was confused by why.
And you'd agree with me that you managed Barry's paperwork, right?
I do manage Barry's paperwork.
So this meant that you were aware that you were next in line to receive his will, right?
I was made aware, yes.
Which meant you had the title of contingent beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
Which meant that if Sylvestris is unable to inherit the estate, you receive it instead, right?
I believe that is correct. I believe that's
And
what.
you'd agree with me that you're aware that murdering someone can prevent a beneficiary from being able to gain the benefits of a will, correct?
Can you I zoned out for a second. Can you
Yes, you'd agree with me that you know murdering someone can prevent a beneficiary from being able to gain the benefits of a will, right?
I believe that is correct. Yes, I believe that is one of the rules.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Any redirect?
May I inquire as to how much time would be left for redirect?
Timekeepers?
18 seconds.
I think that was
18 seconds?
Yes, just one small redirect.
Okay.
Miss Arata, is Sylvestris Diardi supposed to send you on errands?
No, he's not.
And why was it unnecessary in your opinion?
Because there was no need for me to go get this camera that was not even like an important thing at that time.
And would you describe again the difference between the store in Melissa and the local store?
There was about an hour and a half to get to the store in Melissa. And
Objection, Your Honor. This is out of the scope of my direct.
Your Honor, this is still within the scope because I'm trying to, again, explain to the jury why the run to the store in Melissa was unnecessary as opposed to the one in the local town.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I never brought up any distance or locations, so I don't believe this is within the scope of my cross.
Again, this goes to add to the fact that that one specific errand to that one specific store was unnecessary, and I'm just asking the witness to explain further why it was unnecessary in the terms of two different stores.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You don't need to. I'm going to go ahead and sustain the objection.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. Defense, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense calls Sylvestris to the stand.
You've been previously sworn in.
Good morning, Mr. Diardi. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi, all you cool cats and kittens. My name is Sylvestris Diardi. I'm 28 years old and I currently live at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary in Texoma.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently the supervisor of all full-time and part-time staff. I help take care of the cats, exercising, feeding, and sometimes cleaning. It's hard work, but hey, Barry gives me a roof over my head and food in my belly, so I don't complain. I mean, he gave me.
How did you and Barry Bazaar meet?
When I got out of prison, the chaplain recommended me to Barry. This is what I love so much about good old Bear. You see, he hires people like me and the other employees at the sanctuary. He hires former misfits of society and gives them a shot at a second chance. And for that, I am eternally grateful to him, my Papa Bear.
Mr. Diardi, if you don't mind me asking, why were you in prison?
I had a bit of a rough childhood when I was younger, and I managed to fall into the wrong crowd. You know, I became addicted to drugs and started stealing to support my habit. Eventually, I got caught and ended up with a 10-year sentence.
During this time, did anything change?
I knew I had to turn a new leaf in order to live a better life. So I ended up serving 5 years because I was a model prisoner and got off with parole. I definitely became a way better person during this time.
Now, let's talk about your relationship with Barry. Were you two close?
As close as stripes on a tiger's back. After this one incident with the tiger, Barry and I got a lot closer. Barry would call me his kiddo, and he started to put a lot more trust in me. I really miss him.
What incident are you referring to?
There was one time where Barry wanted to go into an enclosure with no protection. And even after I warned him not to, he walked in with the cat. Long story short, the tiger attacked Barry, and I managed to distract the cat long enough for Barry to escape. You know, thank goodness.
Did Barry thank you for saving his life?
He did a lot more than just thank me. He told me I was spiritually related to him, and in September of 2019, he made me the beneficiary of his will.
And what did that entail?
That basically meant that if anything bad were to happen to him, I would be the one to take care of the YCAT and take charge of the sanctuary.
And what was your reaction to this change?
I was honestly knocked out by his generosity. I knew he had changed it multiple times, but it made me feel like Barry and I were truly family.
Now, to your knowledge, was anyone upset about this change?
Well, Arata was the beneficiary before me, so I could sense some tension after Barry had made the change. I didn't mind it though. If it made Barry happy, then I was happy.
What event occurred to display this tension?
He made a bunch of false claims that Barry and I were fighting because Barry was planning on cutting me out of the will.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is not being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, rather to show why Sylvester felt any kind of malice from Mr. Arruda.
Response?
In that case, Your Honor, I changed my objection to speculation because this is being used to prove Serval Arata's intentions and feelings towards Sylvester Stiardi, as the question before it also called for speculation.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
The question is basically asking Mr. Arruda why he felt any tension. I'm not asking him to clarify anybody else's feelings, just simply why he felt uncomfortable around the sanctuary.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Now, Mr. Diardi, this might be hard, but I'm going to have to ask you some questions about the day Barry went missing. What happened on April 30th?
Well, I spent that early part of the day, you know, delegating tasks. I had discovered a sale on some meat for the cats a few days earlier, so I went ahead and asked Bob and Manuel to head that way and pick up as much meat as they could.
Your Honor, may I provide the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 7?
You may.
And just for clarification purpose, has Exhibit 7 already been admitted?
It has.
Okay. Could give me a second to have it. There you go. Now, Mr. Diardi, could you read the notes under the day of April 29th at 10:15 a.m.?
Of course. 10:15 a.m. Fed the middle, still waiting on meat processing.
And could you tell the jury exactly where Cat's cage is?
It's located in the center of the middle 5 cages. So he ate the day before Barry disappeared, but because of the lack of food, I couldn't feed him the next day.
Now, besides the food, did you delegate any other tasks?
Yes, I had told Serval to go to the We Spy store in Melissa, which is about 90 minutes away, to get 2 cameras and some cables. We have a local We Spy that's like about 30 minutes away, but they didn't have the supplies we needed.
And how did you know they didn't have the supplies you needed?
I had called the store earlier that day and they informed me that they didn't have the cameras in stock. I later found out that Serval managed to get the cameras from there anyway, so I was a little upset with the workers who informed me otherwise.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, simply to address any regards to why Sylvestris sent people out that night.
Your Honor, I believe that it is being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. The fact that Mr. Diardi was told the cameras were there is the reason why he sent them, because he believed the cameras to be there, and therefore it is being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Once again, the fact that it's being used to show why Sylvestris sent people out isn't exactly the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply clarifying Diardi's actions.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Now, Mr. Diardi, was there anything else that happened that day?
Well, after dinner, everyone had left, and at around 9:30 p.m., I texted Arada to let her know that I was going on my nightly run. I left my phone in my trailer and took off on my 10-mile run.
What happened after your run?
I finished at around 11:15 p.m. and I was so hot afterwards that I decided to take a dip in the water. When I got machinery going off in the meat processing room, I knew it was her car because she's the only one who drives an SUV at the sanctuary.
Did you try to see what was going on?
I didn't really look into it. I had just assumed the crew had gotten back already and started working on the cat's breakfast for tomorrow. I figured it was business as usual and headed on back to bed.
What happened the next day?
The next day, nobody could find Barry. He always talked about sailing off whenever he needed to get away from people. He had done that several times before, and usually people wouldn't hear a word from him till he got back. But, I was still a little concerned.
So what did you do?
Arada wanted to call the cops to investigate right away, but I figured it was better to wait a while rather than assume the worst.
So when did you decide to call the authorities?
I learned a day later that a typhoon crossed the same path as Barry. And as soon as I learned that, I urged Arada to call the Coast Guard. I figured they would be our best bet at helping save Barry if, anything happened at sea.
How did you become aware of this typhoon?
Well, Maureen was probably the only one who would have any idea of the storm happening, but even she didn't expect anything as bad as Typhoon Judy.
And how did Arada respond to your request to call the Coast Guard?
She wanted to call the police instead of the Coast Guard. In the end, she didn't call either one. Eventually, we had Detective Leo come and look into the case. He ran some tests, talked to some staff, and looked into the fire that happened in Jacobitis' shed.
What fire?
On May 3rd, there was a fire in the shed where we kept the film in, and it almost killed Jacobitis because the fire alarms didn't go off.
And to your knowledge, why didn't the fire alarms go off?
The firefighters noted that the batteries were missing, which seems strange because I knew Arada had bought batteries along with cameras, almost as if she knew the fire alarms were missing batteries.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, could you ask opposing counsel to clarify what they believe is speculation?
The witness is testifying to whether or not Serval Arada anticipated a fire to be.
I'm sorry, could you ask opposing counsel to repeat that?
That the witness is testifying to whether or not Serval Arada knew that the fire was going to be happening a few days in advance.
Your Honor, the witness is simply answering to the best of his ability. He's expressing his opinion, and I don't believe he's speculating.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's opinion is pure speculation, and I, stand by my objection.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Diardi, I'll repeat my question. To your knowledge, why didn't the fire alarms go off?
Yeah, like I said, the firefighters noted that the batteries were missing, and I really thought this was weird because Arata had bought batteries along with the cameras, like if she knew they were missing.
Did Detective Leo search for any evidence?
He looked for fingerprints and tested for some swabs for DNA to compare to the blood on the cage. And they found my fingerprints on the fire detector and my DNA on the fence of the Wildcat's cage.
Now, to your knowledge, why were your fingerprints found on the smoke detector?
Well, from time to time, I would help out and change the batteries to help manual. And the file even explains how prints can stay up to 40 years. I hadn't checked the batteries in a while, so I had no clue that there wasn't any in there.
Was there anything that raised concerns when you learned about the missing batteries?
I just found it suspicious that Arata bought some new batteries right before the accident, as if she knew they were missing.
Now, to your knowledge, what caused the fire?
Well, Detective Leo concluded that it was arson, but that man isn't the best detective. The fire department disagreed with him. I know Jacobitis smokes because the last time he interviewed me, he was smoking a cigarette the whole time. I wouldn't be surprised if he just left it burning by accident and is now trying to turn it into some juicy story.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, the phrase "to your knowledge" was presupposed in the question, and I was simply asking the witness to answer to the best of his ability. If he doesn't know, he can testify so.
Your Honor, the witness did not testify to not knowing, and he does not have personal knowledge to whether or not Pardalis Jacobitis was smoking that night, nor what Pardalis Jacobitis' intentions are for the documentary.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Diardi, why are you testifying today?
I'm testifying for my friend Barry because he deserves justice. I don't have any intention of inheriting any part of that will until we find out what actually happened to Papa Bear.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Okay, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Diardi, or still good morning. You worked at the Big Cat Temple in Texoma, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And Mr. Bazar hired you in May of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And he later named you as the beneficiary of his will and estate, correct?
Yes.
And at the time of his death, you remained as the beneficiary, correct?
That's correct.
So you would agree with me that you stood to gain the most from the death of Barry Bazar, right?
Yes, but I'm not going to gain anything if they don't find Barry.
Now, isn't it true that you were in a large amount of debt because of your gambling habits?
Yes, it's a little problem.
Relevance.
Your Honor, this goes to prove the defendant's motive in murdering Barry Bazar.
Your Honor, I object to relevance under 403, which is because that's substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
I'm going to go ahead and, excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection. I think motive is both relevant and so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So it is true that you are in a large amount of debt because of your gambling habits, correct?
Yeah, that's a little problem I have. I need to work on that.
In fact, you owe someone several $1,000s, don't you?
Yes.
And with the inheritance of Mr. Bazar, you would be able to pay off this debt, wouldn't you?
Yes, but like I said, I'm not going to get anything if we don't find Barry.
Now, moving on, one of your tasks at the Big Cat Temple was feeding the cats. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was customary to feed the big cats about 2 to 3 times per day. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But the Y cat was not fed that amount in the days leading up to Mr. Bazar's death. Isn't that right?
Yes, this is because the shortage of food we had. That's why I sent out the employees to get more.
Yet the other 14 cats were still fed the same amounts throughout those same days, weren't they?
I believe so, yes.
Now, wouldn't you agree with me that a large animal who is not eaten the same amounts that he's used to would be desperately hungry?
I know I would be.
And now you did testify that you sent Kip Manole and the part-time worker to Steers End to pick up some meat. Is that correct?
Yes, this is why we needed the food so badly.
However, you sent them to that specific place 3 hours away because they were having a large sale. Is that right?
Yes, it would be a huge gain for us.
And yet you found out about that sale 2 days prior to April 30th. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you waited 48 hours to send someone to get food that was necessary to feed the cats. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Even though it was so desperately needed that you weren't able to feed the Y cat the right amounts. Isn't that right?
We had a lot going on, and it was definitely a priority of mine.
Now, on the night of April 30th, when Kip Manole and the part-time worker were gone, Pardalis Jacobaitis and the film crew were also gone. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you were aware of this?
Yes, I knew they went out from time to time.
So then Thursday nights are the only nights that the film crew is not filming at the Big Cat Temple. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were also aware that some of the security cameras on the property were not working properly, right?
Yes, this is why I sent out Serval to go and get new cameras at the store in Melissa.
Including the camera that was facing the Y-Cat cage. This one was also broken, correct?
I believe so.
And you were the only person who knew that that specific camera was not working. Isn't that right?
I don't know what anyone else knew.
Now, you did not supervise Serval Arata, right? That was not a part of your job description.
Correct.
But on the night of April 30th, you still sent her on that errand, didn't you?
I thought it was best because she was available and she could go and get the cameras.
But as of April 30th, it was not a dire, urgent need for the cameras to be bought that specific night. Isn't that right?
I suppose not, but she had time, so I suppose not, but she was available, so that's why I sent her out.
And the store that you specifically sent her to was an hour and a half away. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's the closest one that I believed had the product we needed.
Yet the closer location did have the products that were needed, right?
Yes, that was quite weird to me because they told me they didn't.
So on the night of Mr. Bazaar's death, the only people left at the sanctuary were you and Mr. Bazaar. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Because with the exception of Ms. Pardalis, you sent everyone else away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that it is not typical for you to send everyone out to run errands on the exact same night at the exact same time. Isn't that right?
So it happens at times.
Now, at the time that you realized that Mr. Bazaar was missing, you just testified on direct examination that you didn't want to assume the worst. Isn't that correct?
Yes, this happens pretty frequently with Barry.
You didn't want to agree with Serval Arata's decision to call the police. Is that right?
Not right away.
Even though you claim to consider Barry Bazaar to be a father figure to you?
Like I said, he did this pretty regularly, so I thought he was just doing his thing out in the ocean.
So missing for 48 hours was not a concern to you?
Not immediately, but it did become a concern eventually.
Right, and when it did become a concern, you wanted to call the Coast Guard, isn't that right?
Yes, because after I learned that the typhoon hit, I thought that if anything bad happened to Barry, they'd be the ones to solve the problem.
But yet you did not, in fact, call the Coast Guard, did you?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I was asking my previous question asked the witness whether he had the intent to call the Coast Guard and wanted to call the Coast Guard. I'm now asking if he did call the Coast Guard.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not sure which exact question it was, but I'm not referring to the previous question. I believe opposing counsel earlier asked whether or not the witness has or called the authorities.
I don't believe I asked that question, Your Honor.
I believe you asked about the police. I'm going to go ahead and overrule this objection because I don't think this question has been asked.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you did not, in fact, call the Coast Guard even though you wanted to, right?
I had told Serval and we didn't call them, no.
And now in your direct examination, you also testified to the fact that your fingerprints were found on the fire detector. Is that the smoke detector? Sorry.
Yes, Lord knows how long they've been there.
But you also testified that you were not the only person to change the batteries in those fire alarms. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Kit Manul also changed the fire alarms.
that's correct.
Yet Kit Manul's fingerprints were not found on the fire alarm. Isn't that right?
Not that I know of.
And Serval Arata's fingerprints were not found on the fire alarm. Isn't that right?
Again, not that I know of.
Thank you. Now, on the night of Mr. Bizarre's death, you claim to have been in your trailer from about 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Is that right?
Yes,
And at 9:30 p.m., you claim to have gone on a 10-mile run, right?
yes, I always do.
Now, you are aware that Serval Arata claims to have seen you coming back from the marina dripping wet around midnight. Is that right?
The time seems off, but I did take a dip after I was all sweaty from the run.
So you agree that this did happen?
No, because of the time.
Okay, but you agree to have gone swimming that night somewhere between 11:15 and midnight?
No, not between 11:15 and midnight.
You claim to have gone swimming at 11:15 exactly?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, it was about that time. My bad.
However, you did not testify to this fact in your original fact statement. Isn't that right?
I don't believe so.
It wasn't until your addendum, which was written today, that you stated this. Isn't that right?
Yes,
After you had become aware that Miss Arata had seen you that night. Isn't that right?
I suppose the time matches up. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Diardi, could you explain why the cats weren't fed enough?
Well, like I said, we were really running low on meat, and this is why it was such an urgency to get the meat at the processing plant.
And could you explain why you didn't immediately call the authorities?
I wanted to wait till we had enough people that could go ahead and get it. And also, I was just waiting for the deadline of the sale so it could be a good purchase.
And could you tell the jury why your fingerprints were found on the smoke detectors?
Yes, I changed them from time to time, so it makes sense that with my hands touching them, my fingerprints would be on them from changing the batteries.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Any recross?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Diardi, you never called the authorities to investigate the disappearance of Mr. Bizarre. Is that correct?
I wanted to, but I guess I didn't.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, you may step down. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Kit Manul to the stand. Good soon to be afternoon, Mr. Manul. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Howdy, y'all. My name is Kit Manuel. I am 31 years old and born and raised in Texoma.
Can you state your occupation at the Big Hat Temple?
I am a task-orientated Homo sapien, as the sign in my office says, or the senior maintenance and repair technician, if you want to be all fancy.
What education do you possess?
I am a Texoma Community College alumni. I graduated with an associate's degree in the maintenance arts.
How did you meet Mr. Bizarre?
After an incident with a mobile home I tuned up, which led to a 6-month spurt in prison, I was given a second chance by Barry when he gave me a job at the sanctuary.
What were your duties as a handyman?
I turned the wrenches, greased the wheels, patched the holes, you name it, I'll fix it. Other than that, I also clean the cat cages and replace any necessary equipment.
Mr. Manul, what problems began to arise at the temple?
Everything was just fine until that filmmaker, Pardelius Jacobitis, who I like to call PJ, showed up and did nothing but shove cameras in everyone's faces, getting everyone riled up.
When were you able to get away from PJ?
I was able to find some peace and quiet when I cleaned the cat cages. It's a big task, and usually Aurora would help. Sylvestris, not so much.
Diardi isn't responsible for cleaning the cages?
Nope. That's not to say he isn't helpful, though. He even helped save Barry's back in August last year.
What happened in August?
Barry was attacked by a new tiger he was working with. And before he got turned into mincemeat, Sylvester swooped in and helped wrestle the cat off Barry.
What did you do after the incident, Mr. Manul?
PG was losing her marbles after not filming the tiger attack, so decided to give her a play-by-play of the incident, to rub it in.
To your knowledge, what changed as a result of the cat attack?
Actually, because of the attack and old Diarte's heroic intervention, Barry changed his will to name Sylvester the beneficiary. I must say, they did get closer after the attack.
Did you have any concerns in regards to the will?
The will left Sylvestris everything. The only way Serval would get anything is if something happened to Sylvestris. It was like two cats fighting over a big piece of meat. And I was concerned if the claws were even going to come out.
Moving on to the day of April 30th, 2020, what were the plans for you and the other employees?
After what would be our last dinner altogether, I was to go to the meat processing plant with the part-timer Bob and go stock up on some more food. I mean, the cat's got to eat,
How did the trip to the processing plant end up?
We were headed out in Barry's refrigerator truck by about 6:30 that evening. The place was pretty disorganized, and to be honest, there was a reason the place was shutting down.
When did you get back to the sanctuary, Mr. Manul?
One thing led to another, and we were back at around 1:30 a.m. the next day, May 1st. We backed up the truck to the north part of the meat processing room and unloaded it to be processed.
The next day, on May 2nd, what happened?
It was around 9:30 a.m. when I learned that Barry's boat, the Cat's Ironic, wasn't at the dock where Barry kept her. We were all guessing that he went on his usual unannounced trips. So I went to the marina to see if I could find anything out.
What did you first do at the marina?
I wound up talking to Chouse, who everyone
Objection,
calls
Your Honor,
Marine.
to hearsay.
Your Honor, I don't believe a statement has been elicited yet, if any.
Your Honor, this testimony calls for hearsay.
He can object to the question if the question calls for hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, this is not going to be used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just going to clarify Mr. Manul's perception of that day and clarify to the jury how he found out. And clarify to the jury his further ventures over there at the marina.
Your Honor, how he learned of that information is still hearsay through talking.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, but I'm also going to be interested in the answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Manul, I'm going to repeat the question so we can get this going. What did you first do at the marina?
I wound up talking to Chouse, who everyone calls Marine. The lady lives by her name. She makes sure that Barry's ship is in tip-top shape. We thought back to Barry's little trips that he takes and how he's gone at 3 to 4 days at a time with the supplies on board.
Was there anything else of interest regarding the boat?
Other than that downright beautiful machinery, the boat has a fancy GPS system, and Marine let me know that the GPS had been turned off on April 30th around 11:10 at night. It's a crying shame that the EPIRB was broken.
Mr. Manul, can you explain what an EPIRB is?
It's a fancy term for a locator beam. It sends out a signal to the Coast Guard if the boat's in distress. The EPIRB, as fancy as it is, wasn't on board the night the boat left, but that's more Marine's territory.
What did you do after your visit to the marina?
You see, I still had work to do. So I went on my way from the marina. I was working in the storage shed around 2:30 p.m. when PJ came snooping around.
From your recollection, what did PJ want?
She was snooping around for any details surrounding Barry's boat disappearing.
Objection, Your Honor, this question still calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, once again, this is not being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but just what Mr. Manul, what his perception was like for the rest of the day, and to clarify to the jury exactly that, to clarify to the jury PJ's reasons for being there.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I do believe it's hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor. And what did you do after you finished your work?
I knocked off work real quick. Like, after my meeting with PJ, I mean, I was exhausted from the past 2 days, and I went to go catch up on some shut eye.
And what happened the following morning?
It was around 3 in the morning when I was woken up to the cats going crazy outside, and I opened my door to see that PJ's shed was on fire.
Did you call the authorities?
After my initial shock, I knew I needed to get some help. PJ or not, a fire's still a fire, so I called 911 right quick.
If I showed you a transcript of your call, would you recognize the conversation?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 5?
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 5 to opposing counsel. Mr. Manul, I'm now showing you a copy of Exhibit 5. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly identify it for the jury?
It's a conversation I had with 911.
Does this copy fairly and accurately depict the conversation as you remember it?
Yes, it does.
And does this copy appear to have been altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, Mr. Manul, can you read the line that begins with, "Hey, I just realized"?
Hey, I just realized the smoke alarm isn't going off. I swear those pieces of junk that Serval bought are going to end up killing one of us.
Can you elaborate on the smoke alarm's issue?
Well, if a smoke alarm isn't going off during a fire, it's not doing its job. I mean, they only beep when the battery's low, and when it's dead, it doesn't make a peep.
As for the fire alarms, were you in charge of changing them?
I was, but they were an afterthought to the hundreds of other issues that needed fixing on a daily basis.
As well, Mr. Manul, can you read the second sentence in the 6th paragraph?
You know, it kind of smells like an electrical fire. Maybe something short-circuited or something, you know?
Now, Mr. Manul, why do you describe the fire as being an electrical issue?
I've worked with machines enough to know the smell of an electrical fire, and PJ's shed was overloaded with computers, filming equipment, power cords, you name it. That hodgepodge of electronics would certainly fry that little shed to a crisp.
Moving back to that night, what happened after the fire?
The shed was burned down, and this detective showed up later that morning. He was asking around, and when he got to me, I showed him around the sanctuary and told him everything I knew.
Did the authorities do any other investigation after that?
I saw some lab boys taking swabs and samples from the Whitecat cage, but that stuff nearly isn't as exciting as the TV shows make it out to be, so I went on with my day.
Was there ever a follow-up between you and Detective Leo?
I never spoke to the detective or any other police person after my initial meeting with Detective Leo.
Moving on to May 20th, what happened at the sanctuary?
Detective Leo came marching on down to the sanctuary and arrested Sylvestris. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Sylvie getting booked.
Mr. Manul, to your knowledge, what was the grounds that Sylvestris was arrested on?
The detective booked him for murder. Murder! Of all things, I can't fathom it. Sylvester had no reason to kill Barry, not after what they've been through together.
Mr. Manul, do you believe Bazaar was murdered?
I'll believe it when I see it. There's no concrete proof that he was even killed. There's just too many assumptions being made, and the truth is still out there.
Your Honor, before I pass the witness, may I publish Exhibit 5 to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Permission to proceed?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Manul. My name is Alex Alonso Bauer, and I'll be asking you some questions today. You work for Barry Bazaar at the Big Cat Temple, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you have worked there for about 4.5 years, correct?
I can say I have.
So it'd be reasonable to say that you have formed relationships with fellow employees, right?
Yes, I have.
And you are particularly close to the defendant, Sylvester Diardi?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish a line of questioning, if you allow me a little leeway.
Your Honor.
Okay. Yes.
Your Honor, the relationship between Mr. Manul and the defendant, Sylvester Diardi, just simply isn't relevant to the bigger issues at hand.
Your Honor, it is relevant because it presents a bias in the character's testimony.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
So Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, can you please?
So you are particularly close to the defendant, Sylvester Stiardi, right?
I wouldn't say I'm too close with him, but I'm kind of friends with everyone. You know what I mean?
But it'd be fair to say that you're biased in favor of Sylvester, right?
No, I wouldn't say it's bias.
You are in fact testifying on the behalf of the defendant, right?
Yes, I am.
So on May 3rd, you noticed that Sylvester had cuts and scrapes the day he was interviewed by Detective Leo, correct?
No, I can't say I have.
But those cuts and scrapes that Sylvester's had were very similar to the ones Sylvester's obtained about a year ago in August of 2019, right?
Yes.
So it was more than likely that Sylvester's was dealing with big cats the night of Barry's disappearance, right?
Yes.
Furthermore, you knew that the film crew would be out on Thursday night, right?
I can't say that I was.
It was a normal habit for them to go out on Thursdays, right?
Yes.
And at that same time, you were aware that the meat was already processed for the cats the next day, right?
Yes.
So despite that, you were sent on an errand with Bob to the meat processing plant, right?
Yeah, I was sent on a errand with Bob.
And that errand took about 6 hours, right?
I arrived back at 1:30 the next day.
Sorry. And you were aware that Sylvester's also had sent the rest of employees with Servo Orada to pick up meat, right?
Yes.
So in those 6 hours, the only people at the Big Cat Temple were none other than Sylvester Stiardi and Barry Bizarre, right?
I believe so.
So when you arrived back at the temple, you noticed that the meat grinding machine was recently used, right?
Yes, I noticed it was.
And that it reeked of bleach, right?
Yes.
Moving on, you would say that you weren't on very good terms with Mr. Jacobitis, right?
I didn't. Yes, I can say that.
You were happy that Mr. Perdellis' shed burnt down, right?
Objection. Your
I
Honor.
can't say.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance under 403.
Your Honor, once again, I'm just establishing the witness's bias in his testimony today.
Your Honor, Mr. Manul's feelings towards Mr. Jacobitis's, Mrs. Jacobitis's shed burning down is substantially more prejudicial than probative. It can mislead the jury into thinking that Mr. Manul had malicious feelings towards the fire.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, excuse me, wait. Sorry, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
You may step down. Defense, you can call your third witness.
The defense would like to call Chaus Namir to the stand.
Ms. Namira, you've been sworn in.
Hello, Ms. Namir. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi folks, my name is Charles Marie Namir. I am 49 years old and I'm a former Marine, hence the nickname.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Namir?
I fix the boats down Texoma Bay Marina.
How long had you known the victim, Barry Bizarre?
Barry Bizarre had been my neighbor all 10 years I've lived and worked at the marina.
Did you ever do any business with the victim?
Well, I wouldn't call it business, but yes, I would handle all the maintenance on Barry's boat. I always kept it in tip-top shape.
And why did the boat need to be kept in tip-top shape?
Well, because Barry's assistant Servo would be constantly harping on me to have it ready for Barry's sailouts.
What exactly would you describe as tip-top shape?
Well, it has to be equipped with the essentials: rations, drinking water, fishing gear, tools, flares, flashlights, first aid, life jackets, a dinghy, and an EPRIB.
So what exactly is an EPIRB and EPIRB?
An EPIRB is an emergency positioning radio beacon. It's assigned a specific vessel, and it sends out a satellite signal.
When is an EPIRB activated?
It's only activated if it's submerged in water, so it occurs essentially when a ship sinks.
Was Mr. Bizarre's boat in tip-top shape the night of his disappearance?
No, sir. Barry's EPIRB was back in my tool shed. I was repairing it and I was waiting for a new part.
Was Barry the only one who used the boat?
Nope. I know for a fact Serval and Sylvestris had operated it before.
Had you and Serval been in communication leading up to April 30th?
Actually, yes. Serval and I spoke about a week before Barry disappeared.
What was the result
Objection,
of
Your
that
Honor.
conversation?
Hearsay. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
What was the objection?
Hearsay.
Would you repeat the question?
Had you and Serval been in communication leading up to April 30th? Or wait, what was the result of that conversation is the question.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Let me ask you that again, Ms. Meyer. What was the result of your conversation?
Well, Serval was still up in arms about Barry changing his will from her to Sylvestris.
Did Barry change his will often?
Barry changed his will several times after his wife passed. I was even named beneficiary once.
Did you observe anything else from your conversation with Serval?
Yes, actually, Serval was determined that Sylvestris will never inherit the sanctuary. She definitely didn't like that Sylvestro was in the way of that inheritance.
Could you go in depth on what you mean by Sylvestris being in the way?
Well, Serval wanted the inheritance. I could tell by the intensity she had in our conversation.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, the witness isn't speculating on anything. She's just going upon her recollection of the conversation she had.
Your
I'm
Honor,
going to sustain the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll move on. Do you recall the weather on the night of April 30th?
Yes, I do. A typhoon hit the area just east of Siegfried and Roy Islands. No one was expecting it to hit. Even an expert sailor like myself didn't know the waters were going to be rough that night.
To your knowledge, would Barry have been able to safely navigate through that typhoon?
No, sir. I'd say I'm the only sailor down at the marina with that kind of experience. Still, I wouldn't want to get caught out there in that typhoon, especially not with a working EPIRB on my boat.
Now, Mr. Meyer, was there any other tracking systems aboard Barry's boat besides the EPIRB?
Yes, I had Barry's GPS connected to the Me Finder on my laptop.
Where did the GPS last track Barry's boat at?
The last two pings were shown 15 minutes apart, showing the boat was located in Texoma, heading west.
Now, Mr. Meyer, would you recognize a map of Texoma Bay if presented to you?
Yes, I would.
I'll let my co-counsel bring that up. Exhibit 2. Perfect. Could you identify this document for me?
Yes, it's a map of Texoma Bay and the surrounding area.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, defense moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
If I'm not mistaken, it's already admitted into evidence.
Okay, perfect then. Now, Ms. Meyer, according to the map, would Barry be heading in the direction of Typhoon Judy?
Yes, sir, he would have. Notice how the typhoon is just heading east of the islands. Barry would have hit that area in the time period that the typhoon hit.
So did the GPS give any other signals after that?
No, those were the last two pings that occurred shortly after 11 that night.
Do you recall seeing any movement around the sanctuary the night of Barry's disappearance?
Well, I do remember seeing Serval's vehicle driving around, as well as Sylvestris calling out greetings to me while on his run.
How did you know it was Serval's vehicle?
Because she's the only one who drives a sedan at the sanctuary. I'm certain it was her.
What do you recall about the night of the fire, Mr. Meyer?
I just remember a big commotion from the sanctuary, followed by thick smoke.
Did you speak with any authorities following the fire?
A detective by the name of Leo came by after the fire, asking a bunch of questions to everyone. I offered to show her all the Me Finder data I had, but...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, this is this is an admission by a party opponent, so I believe that she's just using this to further recall her
discussions with the detective at that time?
Your Honor, the conversation between the two is purely hearsay.
The detective is not a party opponent, and so I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection. I mean, sustain the objection, pardon me.
Were you surprised that the detective didn't inquire about the meat finder any further?
She
Objection,
seemed
Your Honor.
satisfied
Hearsay.
with the time, and
Your Honor, allow me to move on. Now, Mr.
Okay.
Meyer, do you have any idea what happened to Mr. Barry Bazaar?
it's none of my business, but I would ask Miss Rita. She was the one obsessing over Barry's every move. That one must mean a lot to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, this isn't
Since she's
speculation.
already answered, I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection.
Your Honor, at this time I pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination? Defense, are you ready to proceed? I mean, prosecution, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. My name is Diego Lopez, and I'll be asking you a few questions today. Now, you live and work in the Texoma Marina near the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary, yes?
Yes, I do.
And you have known Barry Bazaar for 10 years, yes?
That would be correct.
You work on his boat, the Cat's Ironic, all the time, correct?
That is correct. I make sure everything's in tip-top shape.
And you would agree with me that you are an experienced sailor, yes?
I would say my experience shows that.
To your knowledge, Barry would often take his boat out on his own, yes?
Yes, but he would always tell either me or Serval about it because we want to make sure that he's safe wherever he's going.
But did he do it in this particular time?
In this instance, no, he didn't.
And you were in charge of making sure the boat was properly supplied for these trips and that everything was in working order, yes?
That's correct. In this instance, he didn't let me know, so I wasn't able to get finished getting the last piece.
On April 30th, the boat was fully supplied except for the EPIRB, yes?
That is correct.
And the EPIRB stands for Emergency Position Indicating Radio Beacon, correct?
That is correct.
And that would activate if the boat was to be submerged underwater, yes?
If the boat was sank.
And it would be able to track the location of the boat in the event of some kind of accident, yes?
Only if it wasn't activated.
So you would agree with me that a reasonable person would not have left without the EPIRB on board, yes?
That is correct.
And as of April 27th, Barry knew the EPIRB was not on board his boat, yes?
No, I don't think he did know. I wasn't able to get the message to him in time. So I believe he left. If that is what happened, he left without knowing that the EPIRB wasn't activated.
So would you also agree with me that Barry normally stops our boat before leaving on a trip?
That would be correct.
In fact, he always did this, yes?
Not always, but he would usually tell Serval before he was about to go.
And he did this time, or he did this each time to be sure all the equipment was operational and the supplies were on board, yes?
For the most part.
But on April 30th, 2020, he didn't stop by at any point, yes?
No, he didn't.
Even though, as of 3 days earlier, he knew the EPIRB, a potentially life-saving device, was not on board, yes?
Like I said, he didn't know that the EPIRB wasn't activated.
But he did, didn't he?
No, he didn't. I wasn't able to get the message to him in time.
Wouldn't you agree with me that this was highly unusual?
This was highly unusual, but these instances have occurred before. They're not super often, they're very rare, but it has occurred before.
But on April 30th, you did see the Cat's Ironic leave from the marina around 10 to 11 p.m., yes?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Meyer, are you familiar with the map of Typhoon Judy?
Of course.
Your Honor, permission to present the witness with Exhibit 2, which is already in evidence.
You may.
Just a moment. Thank you. You believe the Cat's Ironic was following the path of this blue line here, yes?
That would be correct.
And that line covers a distance of 32 nautical miles, yes?
Yes.
And the maximum speed of the Cat's Ironic is 25 nautical miles per hour, yes?
Objection
be
to
correct.
relevance.
Your Honor, if you will allow me to ask my next few questions, you will see where I'm taking this.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
If the boat left at exactly 10 o'clock p.m. and was traveling over 16 nautical miles per hour, it would reach Siegfried Island well before 12 a.m., yes?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, this is a witness that has past experience with sailing and is a very experienced sailor. He knows all of the possible routes that the Cat's Ironic could have taken. In fact, it's right there on the exhibit. And it would go to show that it would, in fact, arrive for midnight, before the storm.
Your Honor, the opposing counsel is instructing my witness to make assumptions based off of numbers and a matter of time that is very unclear at this point. I stand by my objection.
Your Honor, I'm not asking the witness to testify to the storm. I'm asking him to testify to the exhibit.
Your Honor, the opposing counsel is asking my witness to testify to the time and whether or not Barry could have reached that by 12 p.m. midnight, 12 a.m. So I stand by my objection.
Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection because I think counsel is merely asking about the math, and the jury can decide whether or not they agree with the math. And then you, of course, can always take this matter up on redirect. Okay?
If the boat left at exactly, I'll repeat the question. If the boat left at exactly 10 o'clock p.m. and was traveling over 16 nautical miles per hour, it would reach Siegfried Island before 12 a.m., yes?
That would be correct.
And 16 nautical miles per hour is well under the boat's maximum speed, yes?
That is correct.
Now, this black dotted line depicts the path of Typhoon Judy, yes?
Yes.
And this triangle here shows where the typhoon was at 12 a.m. on May 1st, yes?
That would be correct.
And it has not yet crossed paths with the Cat's Ironic's projected path, yes?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. Opposing counsel is asking my witness to speculate on where the boat would have been at that time based on times that aren't set in stone yet.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you testified that it would be possible for someone to set the boat in a certain direction and then jump off, yes?
It could be possible, but I wouldn't say that is naturally routine.
And you are aware there was a dinghy aboard the Cat's Ironic?
Can you repeat the question?
You are aware that there was a dinghy that was on the Cat's Ironic, yes?
That would be correct. There were two dings.
And wouldn't you agree that if Barry was in fact driving the boat, he would have changed courses once he saw a typhoon headed towards him, yes?
Objection, Your Honor,
but like I
speculation.
said,
Opposing counsel is asking my witness to speculate on the actions of the victim. The deceased very bizarre, and I don't believe she can do so.
Your Honor, the witness has personally known Barry for over 10 years and was in charge of taking care of his boat and knew how Barry operated it, and he knew that he was a smart guy.
Yeah,
Your
I think
Honor,
I'm going to, go ahead.
Just because the witness knew the victim, I don't think the witness would be able to speculate here on whether or not he would have made a certain change or direction of course at his time while sailing the boat. I think only the victim would have been able to speculate on that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on, when you checked the GPS system, the last known location of the boat was still inside Texoma Bay, yes?
that is correct.
And it would be possible to ride the dinghy back from the bay to the marina, yes?
It would be hard for even me to be able to do that as an ex-Marine. I can't say for a fact that Barry would have been able to do that as well.
But you did not see Barry Bizarre himself take his boat out on April 30th, 2020, yes?
Yes.
And you know that Sylvester Stiardi was capable of taking the boat out, yes?
As was Serval. They both knew how to operate his boat.
And they had done this several times over the years, yes?
Yes, with Sylvestris not using the boat as much.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect?
No further redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Well, attorneys, you get about a minute, I believe, to prepare your closing remarks. Okay, are y'all ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to reserve a minute of my time for rebuttal.
Yes.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The defendant took a gamble. He bet on each and every single one of you. Sylvester Stiardi bet that you all would not see the facts before you and come to the only reasonable conclusion, that the defendant murdered Barry Bizarre. Sylvester Stiardi had a motive, the oldest one in the book, money. He created an opportunity to be alone with the decedent with enough time to murder him, dispose of the body, and orchestrate a boat trip. My co-counsel and I have presented the facts of this case, and we feel strongly that you will come to the same conclusion as we did. Sylvester Stiardi is guilty of murder. Let's review the testimony you heard today. Barry Bizarre was a wealthy man who had a tendency of changing his will repeatedly. Who was the beneficiary at the time of his death? Sylvester Stiardi. We heard Sylvester Stiardi testify to the gambling debts he currently owes. With a wrongful ruling of not guilty today, the defendant will walk away not only acquitted, but several $1,000s richer and the brand new owner of a large estate and corporation. He can pay off those gambling debts and run a successful business. That is a clear motive. We also heard how Sylvester Stiardi was purposefully starving the Y-Cat, Mr. Bizarre's favorite cat. In fact, Mr. Bizarre believed this cat to be his own wife reincarnate, and therefore would go to any lengths to ensure her well-being. Furthermore, we saw the forensic evidence that was found in the Y-Cat's cage of both Barry Bizarre's blood and the defendant's. We also learned that big cats are of unpredictable nature, capable of attacking a trainer they had known for years, even capable of eating a human being. The defendant's targeted starvation of Mr. Bizarre's favorite cat in the days leading up to his death is premeditation. It was also proven today that Sylvester Stiardi manufactured the perfect opportunity to be alone with the decedent. We heard Pardalis Jacobaitis tell us that she and her crew stay out every single Thursday night, a fact the defendant was well aware of. Serval Arata told us that that Sylvester Stiardi sent her to the farthest store possible for absolutely no reason. We even heard the defense's witness, Kip Manole, testify to being sent on a 6-hour journey by none other than Sylvester Stiardi. That left 2 people at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary on April 30th, the defendant and his victim. That is no coincidence. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in this case, the prosecution bears the burden of proof and must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all doubt, that Sylvester Stiardi is guilty. We have fulfilled this proof today. Sylvester Stiardi premeditated the cruel starvation of an animal so that it would be desperate enough to eat its owner. The defendant sent away every potential witness, knowing the Y-Cat cage was not being monitored by any cameras, and fed Mr. Bizarre to the Y-Cat. As we heard today, he ground up the bones, cleaned the cage, and took the cat's ironic out only a few miles before returning back to the marina. Do not allow yourself to be misled by all of the defense's red herrings. Barry Bizarre was a smart man. He would not have driven straight into a typhoon. He was devoted to his cats and to his employees. He would not have abandoned them. Ultimately, the decision lies with you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Sylvester Stiardi made his decision. The defendant chose to take an innocent life because he was blinded by greed. Furthermore, Sylvester Stiardi bet that you all would be misled by the defense and not able to see the truth. Do not let that be the case. I ask that you come to the only reasonable conclusion and find Sylvester Stiardi guilty of murder. Thank you.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. It was the prosecution's burden to prove that the defendant, Sylvester Stiardi, has committed murder. Their goal today was to blame Sylvester Stiardi for the disappearance of Mr. Barry Bizarre. Despite their attempts to blame our client, the simple explanation has been made clear. Barry sailed off on one of his usual outgoings and tragically went missing in the midst of Typhoon Judy. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we both know how opposing counsel didn't prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. In fact, their entire case is shrouded in doubt. Today, we prove the motive and willingness of Serval Aruda and just how far she's willing to go to earn the title primary beneficiary. After having heard from Ms. Stiardi, Mr. Manole, and Ms. Niemeyer, you can start to gain an understanding as to what really happened on the night of April 30th. It's really no coincidence that when Barry went missing, so did his boat, the Cat's Ironic. The night of April 30th, Barry Bizarre set out on his boat heading west out of the Texoma Bay into the open ocean. To everyone's surprise, an insane typhoon, Typhoon Judy, was heading straight in Barry's direction. This typhoon wasn't an everyday storm. The typhoon was so powerful, it would have caused the most decorated sailors extreme difficulty. You can't seem to fathom that Barry Bizarre, the owner of the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary, could possibly have navigated himself through the harsh waters that the typhoon had caused that night. You first heard from the defendant, Miss Sylvestris herself, and how she left on her routine 10-mile jogs the time Barry presumably disappeared. We also heard from Kip Manole, the handyman at the sanctuary. He testified to how much Sylvestris was liked by everyone, especially Barry, and how Barry changing his will from Serval to Sylvestris as his contingent beneficiary was enough to put Serval over the edge. So much so, she's blaming Sylvestris for murder so that she will be named as beneficiary of Barry's will. Lastly, you hear from Miss Niemeyer, who worked on Barry's boat and told you that Barry had the tendency to go sailing on a whim. Even Miss Niemeyer testified to the heightened tension between Serval because Serval was removed as beneficiary to Barry's will. She could tell you how much the sanctuary was. She could tell you how much getting the sanctuary meant to Serval, as he witnessed her peculiar behavior firsthand. Miss Niemeyer also informed you of the last place Barry's boat was seen on the GPS. It was heading west out of Texoma Bay, moving in the direction of Typhoon Judy. Charles Niemeyer, a lifelong sailor, told you just how dangerous navigating through a typhoon of that magnitude could be, even for the most decorated sailors. Reiterating the cold, hard truth, Barry couldn't have survived that storm. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't take a private investigator to understand the real reason we are in court today. Serval Aruda put his desire for money first and was willing to throw justice out the window for a chance to weasel her way back into being the contingent beneficiary of Barry's will, even if that meant accusing Sylvestris of murder. Members of the jury, our goal today was to allow you to see the true injustice towards Barry and all those who considered him to be family. When it came time to investigate the true means of death, the prosecution ran to blame Sylvestris in an attempt to get the will out of her hands. Ms. Aruda's desire for money created a drive to get rid of Sylvestris by any means that included putting aside Barry's wishes to get his own wants fulfilled. We are confident that you will use the facts provided today to agree that Sylvestris Diardi is not responsible for the disappearance of Mr. Barry Bozar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I inquire as to how much time I have left for my rebuttal?
Yes.
1 minute and 13 seconds.
Okay, so you can take up to a minute.
Okay, thank you. While the defense does not have their story straight about what happened to Barry Bozar, we, the prosecution, do. Sylvestris Diardi had motive, means, and opportunity. We saw the forensic evidence that places Diardi and Bozar in the Wildcat's cage, the very same animal that had been purposefully starved by the defendant. We heard how every other employee of the sanctuary was sent away that very same night by Mr. Diardi. Serval Arada is not on trial here. Ms. Arada has an alibi, she has no motive, and she had no knowledge to the lack of camera facing the Wildcat cage the way Sylvestris Diardi did. Who has no alibi? Sylvestris Diardi. Barry Bozar indeed deserves justice. Do not let a murderer walk away unscathed today. Do not let Mr. Diardi cash his bet that he can get away with murder. I ask that you find Sylvestris Diardi guilty of murder.
Thank you. Well, this is bound to be the most difficult thing you've ever done. I thought the technology went well as it could go. I think it's helpful that we all kind of have a feel for what we need to be working on. I would like to compliment all of the attorneys and all of the witnesses on a job well done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, anybody else have any comments? Okay, I'm guessing that everybody's hungry. Am I correct? Okay, what if we take a sort of a 30-minute lunch break? Would everybody be okay with that?
I would agree, Ms. Tyree.
Okay, so it is 12:41 now. We'll get back on the Zoom at how about 1:10? Yeah. And I'm gonna just go ahead and leave it running. Y'all can leave and come back if you want. But I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it pulled up on the computer.
Yeah. You'll want to just mics, turn off your cameras and keep it logged in to avoid any issues.
Okay, great. Okay, we'll see you in about 29 minutes.
Honor, my name is Anthony Garza, and I will be conducting the direct examination of Pardalis Jacobitis, the cross-examination of Kip Manul, as well as delivering the opening statement.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Aiden Salazar, and I will be conducting the direct examination of Detective Sunda Leo, as well as the cross-examination of Chausna Meyer.
Your Honor, or
Defense, would you care to proceed? Oh,
yes, we would like to introduce ourselves, but I wanted to give them a chance to have their witnesses introduced.
witnesses, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Hello, I'm Sofra Rodden.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the jury. My name is David Hernandez, and I am Pardalis Jacobitis.
Good morning. I am Serena Ayala playing Sandaleo.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Reyes. I will be conducting the cross-examination of Serval Arata and the direct examination of Sylvester Stiardi, as well as delivering the closing argument.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Alonso Bauer, and I will be conducting the cross-examination of Sunda Leo, as well as the direct examination of Kip Manul.
Good afternoon. My name is Bon Marino. I'll be giving the defense opening statement. I'll also be crossing Pardalis Jacobitis and doing the Chausna Meyer direct.
And your witnesses?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Cassandra Munoz, and I am playing Kip Manul.
Hold on. Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Isabella Stanton-Moretzin, and I am portraying Chausna Meyer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diego Lopez, and I will be playing Sylvester Stiardi.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor. May the prosecution proceed with their opening statement?
Yes, you may.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. We stand here today because the individual sitting right before you was given a second chance. Barry Bizarre gave the defendant a second chance, and it cost Bizarre his life. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Garza, and I, along with my co-counsel, Alyssa Galvan and Aiden Salazar, am here to prove that the defendant, Sylvester Stiardi, committed murder. The Big Cat Temple is a sanctuary for a variety of big cats and is a major attraction in Texoma. Barry Bizarre ran the temple and was loved by many for his compassionate and eccentric personality. While he was a man who believed his wife was reincarnated into a white Siberian tiger, who he had named White Cat lovingly, he was still a respected man who never failed to show his generosity. A practice that he followed was to hire ex-convicts who might otherwise fail at finding a job due to their past. This proved to be successful, and Bizarre loved helping give others a second chance when many would not. Despite this generosity, one second chance of the defendant proved to be a fatal mistake for Bizarre. Members of the jury, I want to take you back to the year 2019. Bizarre had been working with a new untamed cat when it had suddenly attacked, and he was subsequently saved by the defendant. This led Bizarre to name the defendant the new beneficiary of his will, which contained the rights to own the profitable Big Cat Temple. With the defendant named the new beneficiary, things were calm until April 30th, 2020. Tensions had already been high between Bizarre and Stiardi, the latter of which was concerned that Bizarre was going to change his will back to the original beneficiary. Knowing this, he used his high position to ensure the perfect conditions to pounce. Bizarre suddenly went missing the next day, which left the temple in a state of shock. After investigations were held, various pieces of evidence were found, such as traces of the defendant's and Barry's blood being found in the cages of the White Cat, as well as the defendant's fingerprints on a smoke alarm that failed when a fire had raged on May 2nd. This all led to Stiardi's arrest on May the 20th. Now, we as the prosecution have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally or knowingly committed murder. In other words, you must be absolutely certain that the defendant had the motive, the means, and the opportunity to murder Barry Bizarre. Today, you will hear from Pardalis Jacobitis, a filmmaker who is producing a documentary on the Big Cat Temple and its employees. He will tell you all that he saw through the years of filming and give his insight towards the defendant's means for killing Bizarre. As well, He will tell you of the fire that nearly took his life and burned his footage to the ground. Next, you'll hear from Detective Sunda Leo, who ran an extensive investigation on the happenings at Big Cat Temple. She will show you the results that the forensics lab had found, which proves the defendant had a hand in disabling the smoke alarm in Jacobitis' shed, as well as traces of blood being found in the tiger cage, belonging to both the defendant and Bizarre. And finally, you will hear from Serval Arata, Bizarre's personal assistant, who will give light on Bizarre's disapproval towards the defendant's use of rancid meat to feed the cats, and share his eyewitness testimony to why the defendant would result to murder, as well as the opportunity that the defendant had made on the night of April 30th. The defense may try to point you in all sorts of directions, but I want you to ask yourself, is there anything that the defense can say to make you doubt the defendant's intent? Through the course of this trial, I want you to see if they disprove the defendant's motive, means, and opportunity. Despite the many moving parts, this is a simple case of greed escalating to violence. The defendant took full advantage of their position and Barry's generosity in an attempt to gain a large financial sum through the sanctuary. All they needed was Bizarre out of the picture, and the opportunity to strike arose. The defendant chose to murder the man who gave them a second chance when no one else would, and absolutely should be found responsible for the murder of Barry Bizarre. Thank you.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
May it please the court, opposing counsel, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. When I was younger, I just loved the Choose Your Own Adventure books, the ones where you flip to a certain page to read the ending you chose, the one that made the most sense to you. The prosecution just finished presenting their story with the ending that they chose, but it is one full of plot holes and inundated with speculation. Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Marino, and I, along with my co-counsel Andrea Reyes and Alex Alonso Bauer, are here today to present the facts of this case. And it is our belief that you will see, just as we do, that Silvestris Diardi is an innocent man. Although there are endless possibilities as to what truly happened in the disappearance of Barry Bizarre, the defense will focus on 3 potential endings today. First, Barry Bizarre is tragically lost at sea. As we hear from the witnesses of both sides, you will discover that spontaneous boat trips were ordinary occurrences for Mr. Bizarre. You will also learn that Typhoon Judy unexpectedly changed course, heading straight into the path of Mr. Bizarre's boat, the Cat's Ironic, on April 30th. Kip Manuel will then explain the tangible possibility that Mr. Bizarre is alive and well somewhere across the ocean right now. No body was ever found, so we cannot even be certain that Barry Bizarre is in fact dead, and that is reasonable doubt. Second, Serval Arata could have murdered Barry Bizarre. You will hear from Mrs. Meyer, one of Mr. Bizarre's oldest friends, about Serval Arata's obsessive behavior towards Mr. Bizarre and his estate. When Mr. Bizarre changed his will to be in favor of his friend, Mr. Diardi, Arata felt betrayed by someone she considers a father figure. On top of this overwhelming feeling of betrayal, Serval Arata was penniless. His parents died, leaving him nothing but a mountain of debt. However, in the event that Mr. Diardi is wrongfully convicted of this crime today, Serval Arata will become a much, much more wealthy man. How very, very convenient. Furthermore, you will learn that Serval Arata has no alibi for the night of Mr. Bizarre's disappearance. Serval Arata had means, motive, and opportunity, and that is reasonable doubt. The third and final choice of this choose your own ending trial is that opposing counsel is falsely accusing an innocent man. You heard the prosecution's theory of what happened to Mr. Bizarre, which is entirely reliant on circumstantial evidence rather than concrete proof. So what exactly is the evidence against our client, Silvestris Diardi? The biased and unsubstantiated interviews that Detective Sunda Leo collected, including the testimony of Pardalis Jacobaitis, someone hoping to profit off of this very trial today. The second piece of circumstantial evidence is the trace of Mr. Diardi's blood found in the Ycat cage. One of Mr. Diardi's very responsibilities was to feed the Ycat, and tigers are notorious for drawing blood from anyone who steps into their enclosure. That is the prosecution's case. They chose to build a case against Sylvester Stiardi because in reality, they have no body and they have no answers, and that is reasonable doubt. Today, the prosecution bears the burden of proof, which is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sylvester Stiardi murdered Barry Bizarre. Reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. This is doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the most important of his or her own affairs. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just offered up 3 scenarios that create reasonable doubt. So what is the just ending here? Is Barry Bizarre merely lost at sea? Is Sylvester Stiardi being accused of a crime that just simply did not occur? Did Mr. Bizarre become victim to Cheval Arata's obsessive behavior? Did the prosecution fail to consider all the facts and instead honed in on our client simply because he was a target? No one can possibly answer these questions, and that is reasonable doubt. This case is best described as a choose-your-own-adventure book in which the jury get to choose the real ending to this story. And with that, you choose the fate of an innocent man. I ask that you find Sylvester Stiardi not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Texoma calls Pardalis Jacobitis to the stand. Good afternoon, Mr. Jacobitis. Will you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hello to you all. My name is Pardalis Jacobitis. I'm a 31-year-old freelance journalist. I aspire to make documentaries, and I have an itch that only an Academy Award can scratch.
Can you explain what you do in your line of work?
Ever since I graduated from the Texoma College of Journalism back 10 years ago, I have covered a bunch of wild stories in my day. I thought I'd seen it all, honestly, until I met Barry.
And what do you mean by that?
Barry is the owner of the Big Cat Temple, which is a sanctuary for big cats, and he is practically a legend in Texoma. I had always wanted to run a story on him, and I got the opportunity to around 2 years ago.
When did you first meet the victim, Barry Bizarre?
I met Barry at an animal law conference while chasing a different story. I put some of my patented Jacobitis charm on him and convinced him to let me produce a documentary about him in the sanctuary.
And when did you come to that agreement, Mr. Jacobitis?
It was in March of 2019. We signed a letter agreement with all the specifics regarding filming.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 3 to opposing counsel. Now, Mr. Jacobitis, wait a second for my co-counsel to bring up Exhibit 3 on the screen share, and we can continue with the predicate. Do you see it, Mr. Jacobitis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Jacobitis, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly identify it for the jury?
It is the letter agreement that Barry and I had signed.
Was this record prepared or maintained within the regular course of your business?
It was.
And was it prepared at or near the time of the events described?
Yes.
Does this copy fairly and accurately depict the agreement as you remember it?
Yes, it does.
And as well, does the copy appear to have been altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Do we have any objections?
No objections.
It's admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Jacobitis, what were some of the terms that you and Barry had to agree with?
Well, the agreement mainly gives me access to film in most areas of the sanctuary at all times, with a few exceptions.
How long was the contract supposed to last?
2 years or upon completion of the documentary.
Can you describe how the filming process went initially?
One word. Spectacular. The documentary was shaping up to be a classic.
What was the living situation like at the sanctuary?
I lived on site with the employees while my crew stayed in a motel a couple miles out. I had a shed all to myself and I kept all my filming equipment and footage there too.
Mr. Jacobitis, can you describe your impressions of Barry while you were filming?
Barry, bless his soul, he had a heart of gold. He treated everyone, even me, as his own family. He also treated his cats with loving care. This was probably due to his belief that his late wife was reincarnated as one of his own Siberian tigresses, who he lovingly named Y-Cat.
Moving on to the rest of the crew, how would you describe the other employees at the sanctuary?
Get this. Barry only hired ex-convicts for his employees, mainly to give them a second chance after being incarcerated. They were a colorful bunch for sure.
Mr. Jacobitis, were there any standouts among the employees?
There were two that were electrifying on film, Sylvestris Diardi and Serval Aruda.
Can you describe your impressions of the defendant?
Sylvestris Diardi had been working at the temple for about a year after being released for committing arson. He helped with whatever was needed.
As well, can you describe Serval Aruda?
Serval is Barry's longtime personal assistant. She and Sylvestris had some definite tension between them, especially after what happened 2 years ago.
What had happened 2 years ago?
Around August in 2019, Sylvestris had saved Barry from a tiger attack. Barry then signed Diardi as the new beneficiary of his will not long after.
Bazaar had a will?
Your Honor, this question is general and is calling for narrative.
Your Honor, if you allow my witness to answer, he's going to explain it in a very short and concise manner.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection for now.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, repeating my question, Mr. Jacobitis, Bazaar had a will?
Yes, Barry's estate included the Big Cat Temple. The temple is very profitable, so whoever gained the temple would be in for a major payout.
To your knowledge, was there anything significant that came with the will change?
Diardi had barely worked a year, and he gained Barry's entire inheritance in the blink of an eye. And who was the original beneficiary? None other than Miss Serval Aruda. The tension between Serval and Diardi after the will change was palpable.
Did this affect filming in any way?
Seeing this new tension flare, I focused a lot on Sylvestris to contrast from Aruda. That's what we in the biz like to call juxtaposition.
What came from this new focus on the defendant?
I got to know the guy more during filming. He enjoyed his employment at the temple, but he was...
Objection, Your Honor, calls for narrative. That question can easily be ran with by the witness.
Your Honor, once again, my witness is going to explain it in the most concise manner possible.
I kind of feel like he's going on. I'm going to go ahead and sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Excuse me. Were there any intriguing things that were there any intriguing things that you had noticed?
Well, Sylvestris was unpredictable. The more time I spent with him, the better the dialogue got. He would have some pretty critical things to say after his runs.
Can you explain what you mean by critical things?
Diardi would come in after his runs and suggest that Barry was basically a lunatic, among other harsh things. His constant tirades reached their peak during a moment in Sylvestris's trailer.
What occurred in the defendant's trailer?
During filming, out of nowhere, Diardi looked right into the camera and said, "Wouldn't it be perfect karma if Barry was eaten by the white cat? The cat's ultimate revenge to being branded as some reincarnated dead lady." It was shockingly genuine.
Let's move on to the day of April 30th, 2020, Mr. Jacobitis. What was the plan for the employees?
Sylvestris told everyone the supplies they need. Sylvestris told everyone the supplies they needed to pick up. A few employees were going to go to a shutting down meat processing plant due to their rock bottom prices. Why the meat was so cheap, I don't even want to know.
Moving back to April 30th, where were you later that night?
It was Thursday, which was my film crew's regular day to go out for dinner and drinks. I left the Big Cat Temple around 7:30 p.m. in my truck.
When did you get back to the sanctuary?
Well, one thing led to another, and I got back pretty late. I'd say I was back in the shed around 1 or 2 a.m.
What had happened the next day on May 1st?
I woke up to find out that Barry and his boat were gone. He liked to take unannounced trips on his boat every now and then, so everything seemed normal.
Was there anything else that was strange to you?
Other than Barry's boat missing, I noticed that the Y-Cat's cage was immaculate. It smelled oddly of bleach.
Do you recall what these cages looked like?
Yes, I even took a picture of one of the cages back in 2019 on my phone.
Your Honor, can the witness restate his answer because of the technical difficulties?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobitis, can you restate what you just said?
Yes, I do recall what the cages look like because I even took a picture of one of the cages back in 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 9 to opposing counsel. Mr. Jacobitis, my co-counsel, is now showing you a copy of Exhibit 9. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly identify it for the jury?
This is the picture of the tiger's cage that I had taken.
Does this copy fairly and accurately depict the scene as when you took the photograph?
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
And does this copy appear to have been altered in any way?
No, it doesn't.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Do we have any objections?
Your Honor, I object to relevance.
Response?
Your Honor, we are showing this exhibit to paint a picture for the jury as to exactly how large these cages are.
Your Honor, this is a waste of time. Words by themselves can paint a fair enough picture. I refuse to believe we need this exhibit.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection.
Now, Mr. Jacobitis, can you describe the size of the cage?
These cats are huge, so the cage has to be bigger to give them some free rein. Cleaning these things thoroughly would be a pain for sure, which made it odd that the Y-Cat's was spotless.
Now, Mr. Jacobitis, what did you learn the next day?
I began to worry, so I spoke to Kip Manuel, the resident handyman. He visited Chouse, a neighbor who lived at the marina, and they found some concerning info.
What was this concerning info?
Kip explained that he and Chouse checked the GPS pings on Barry's boat and saw that the last ping...
Under hearsay? Pardalis cannot testify as to what Chouse saw.
Response?
Your Honor, Pardalis is not testifying as to what Chouse had seen. He's just, it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. What Pardalis is using this statement for is to clarify exactly what had made everyone he's clarifying exactly when everyone at the temple began to worry in regards to Bazaar's safety.
Your Honor, this is still hearsay regardless of this matter.
Can you just ask him when everybody started to worry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll go ahead and sustain the objection and let you go on.
Did you have a plan if Barry was truly missing?
I told Kip that if we didn't make contact with Barry within 24 hours, I was going to call the police and show them the documentary footage I had.
Moving to the next day, May 3rd, what happened in the early morning?
I woke up.
This question calls for narrative.
Your Honor, Mr. Jacobitis is going to answer as concisely and quickly as possible. It doesn't call for any sort of narrative. It's only clarifying exactly what he had done, well, what had happened in the early morning, not the entire day.
Okay, I will overrule the objection for now.
Now, repeating my question, Mr. Jacobitis, moving to the next day on May 3rd, what had happened in the early morning?
Like I was saying, I woke up smelling smoke, and I saw that there was a fire raging in my shed.
Did you have a fire alarm in the shed?
Yes, but the smoke woke me up because the alarm was not going off.
How did you manage to escape the fire?
I barely scraped my way out of there before the shed burned to a crisp. Thank God I woke up when I did. If I wasn't going to burn, I was gonna suffocate to death, which is not the way I wanted to spend my Friday morning.
Did you manage to salvage any of your filming equipment or footage from the wreck?
Not one thing. Anything that wasn't me was charred to a crisp. This was a disaster worse than the satire spectacle. A year's worth of footage, my chance to help find Barry, reduced to ash.
Did any authorities come to investigate after the fire?
After the firemen left, a detective by the name of Leo arrived to investigate the fire. I was a nervous wreck after the fire, but I still tried to give any relevant info to the detective, who was pretty miffed that my footage was gone.
And what did you learn the morning of May 20th, Mr. Jacobitis?
Detective Leo came to the sanctuary and arrested Diardi.
Your Honor, was there any objection being made? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear.
Let me rephrase my objection. Objection, Your Honor. This question not only calls for narrative, but also hearsay.
Okay, please restate your question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did the authorities, the morning of May 20th, what occurred?
Objection, Your Honor. This question continues to call for narrative.
Your Honor, if you allow my
Yeah.
witness to answer the question with a little bit of leeway, he's just trying to clarify his eyewitness testimony for the jury.
You're simply asking too general a question for such things.
Whoa. You can't talk to the other attorney. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection.
What did you learn on May 20th, Mr. Jacobitis?
Detective Leo came to the sanctuary and then arrested Diardi. Once Sylvestris was booked, Leo came by and let me know that Diardi's fingerprints were found on my disabled smoke alarm. That explains a lot.
Mr. Jacobitis, do you believe the fire was an attack on your life?
Fires don't appear out of nowhere. I most certainly didn't start it either. After learning that Diardi's fingerprints were all over my alarm, it was clear that he had interacted with it during my time at the sanctuary.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. He has no way of knowing what Sylvester Diardi was doing.
Your Honor, the witness has answered to the best of his knowledge, and that includes his perception with his his conversations and the things he had learned from Detective Sunda Leo, and that he's only stating that it's just possible that Diardi had interacted with the fire alarm, not any sort of speculation that it could have been malicious.
I'm going to go ahead and sustain the objection.
Will you be able to complete your documentary, Mr. Jacobitis?
A year of work destroyed. I'm hurt to see it lost, but I'm more hurt to see a legend like Barry lose his life due to his generosity.
Mr. Jacobitis, why are you testifying today?
I'm here to do whatever I can to help find justice for Barry. The documentary, I've come to terms with the fact that it isn't going to happen.
Your Honor, before I pass the witness, may I publish Exhibits 3 and 9 to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
You may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Jacobitis. My name is Bonnie Marino, and I'll be asking you a few questions today.
All right.
You are a journalist that specializes in documentaries, correct?
Yes.
And you became professionally acquainted with Mr. Bazar about 2 years ago, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
In fact, you signed a contract with Mr. Bazar allowing you to create a documentary at the Big Cat Temple, is that right?
That's also true.
You actually lived on the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary property while filming, is that right?
Correct.
So you were able to personally witness and document the relationships between the employees, correct?
Yes, that's what I was there for my documentary, of course.
And one of these relationships was the conflicted relationship between Arata and Diardi, wasn't it?
Yes, I tried to follow that as closely as possible because of all the things that were going
And
on.
you are aware that this conflict was due to Barry Bazaar's will change, is that right?
That's what I would suspect it was about.
And this is because Arata had previously been the beneficiary of the will, correct?
Yes, correct.
But now Sylvester Stiardi is the beneficiary, is that right?
That's true.
In fact, you described Arata as being infuriated after Giardi became the beneficiary, isn't that right?
Correct.
There were even glares and daggers from Serval's eyes towards the defendant, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, you believe that Sylvester Stiardi intentionally set the fire to your film shed, correct?
Yes, that's true. His fingerprints were all over the alarm.
But you don't have any actual evidence of that, do you?
Well, his fingerprints being on the alarm says a lot.
But you are aware that Mr. Giardi changed the batteries in your shed many times, isn't that right?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if he also took him out before setting the fire.
But you are aware that Mr. Giardi changed the batteries. My apologies. So you would agree with me that it would make a bit of sense for the defendant's fingerprints to be on the smoke detector for non-malice intent, is that right?
It's possible that he's changed the batteries before.
Switching gears a little, you're a smoker, aren't you, Mr. Cordalis?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance under 403.
Response?
Your Honor, if you allow me a bit of leeway, I will make it very evident what my point is about this character trait.
Your Honor, may I
I'm gonna
respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, whether or not Mr. Jacobitis had smoked during his time at the Big Cat Temple, it's just misleading. It's a waste of time, and it's taking the jury away from the bigger issues at hand.
I think I'm going to overrule this objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Back to my question. You're a smoker, isn't that right, Mr. Jacobitis?
I used to be.
And you had a habit of smoking in your shed quite often, didn't you?
I used to, but then I stopped.
So it could be possible that you simply lit a cigarette and accidentally burnt down your own shed?
No, it's not possible because at that time I'd been 3 months clean.
That's incorrect, sir. You were 3 months clean at the time of your fact statement, which is an out-of-court statement. You were not 3 months clean at the time of your filming of The Sanctuary. Isn't that right?
My apologies. I got my times mixed up. I suppose so.
You are aware that the fire department did not rule that fire as an arson, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. You're aware that the fire department did not rule this fire as an arson, is that correct?
That's true.
Switching gears a little, you spoke with Detective Leo on May 30th, isn't that right?
Yes.
But that wasn't the only time you talked to Detective Leo, was it?
No, I went to go ahead and talk to him again, just because of some things I had left out.
So you voluntarily went to meet with the detective again on May 5th, isn't that right?
Yes, I wanted to give as much info as I could to help find Barry.
But you weren't asked to come to the second meeting, were you?
No, I was not.
Now you claim to have gone to this meeting because you left out important information, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that important information was the claim that Mr. Diardi stated, wouldn't it be perfect karma if Barry was eaten by the white cat? Isn't that right?
Yes, that comment is just so malicious. I had to tell him.
But you don't have any evidence of this comment, do you?
No, but I did.
And where did you have this evidence?
It was the footage I had gotten for the documentary. But then, a fire occurred out of nowhere. It didn't.
And you didn't save this evidence or your tapes anywhere other than the Big Cat Temple shed?
Yeah, it was a silly mistake. I know. I should have. I really should have.
So even though it is a common practice of experienced journalists to make digital copies of their work, you did not?
Like I said, I made a huge mistake, and I really do regret that mistake.
So with no evidence due to your own mistakes as a journalist, you went to Detective Leo and alleged Mr. Diardi's wrongdoings?
Well, I had my eyewitness account of Sylvester saying these things.
So you went to an officer of the law with no real evidence, which helped lead to this very trial today?
Like I said, I had my eyewitness account. I am the evidence.
So is it plausible to say that due to your acting prematurely, an innocent man is currently being charged with murder?
No, I don't think it's plausible at all. I believe Sylvestris is guilty.
All right, switching gears, you never got to finish your documentary about Barry Bazaar, did you?
Nope, not after all the footage was burned and all that madness occurred.
And your contract to create a documentary about Mr. Bazaar is still in fact valid today.
Yes.
And you are still continuing to make a documentary about Mr. Bazaar, aren't you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Response?
Your Honor, my question is going to prove biased.
Your Honor, whether or not Mr. Jacobitis has decided to continue Mr. Bazaar's documentary, it just takes away from whether or not, from the bigger issue of Bazaar being murdered and Jacobitis's eyewitness testimony.
I think I'm going to overrule the objection.
So you are still continuing to make a documentary about Mr. Bazaar today, aren't you?
Yeah, I kind of see it as a little tribute towards Barry, you know. I gotta finish this thing now.
All right, and this new documentary about Mr. Bazaar is being marketed as a true crime, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, you're even hoping for some great moments in court to use for this documentary, aren't you?
That would be cool, yes.
So you stand to gain money from this new true crime documentary, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor. Once again, relevance under 403.
Your Honor, again, this line of questioning is to prove Mr. Jacobitis's bias in testifying today.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
You would agree with me that you lost a lot of money when your film and equipment was burned down, isn't that right?
I would say yes, the possibility of money, yeah.
So you need to make up for that tragic loss of your work, don't you?
I wouldn't say so. I don't really care about the money.
So you would agree that you're testifying today with the hope of profiting off of this trial, aren't you?
To make a good documentary, yes, but not for the money.
But you just said you were here today to make a good documentary. And if you make a good documentary, won't you in turn make a good profit?
Yes, but I want to do it for Barry. I need to do it for him. He's gone.
So yes, you are here to make a profit. Whether or not it be for Barry Bazaar or otherwise, you are here to make a profit?
No, I wouldn't call it a profit.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Do we have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
We call Sandaleo to the stand.
You've been sworn in.
Hello there, Detective Leo. Will you introduce yourself to the court?
Howdy, Detective Sandaleo with Texoma City Major Crimes Unit.
How long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective for the last 2 years, but my time in law enforcement is much more extensive than that.
Is that so, Detective?
Yes, sir. I graduated second in my class at the academy and did everything from six Gun City PD to narcotics and major crimes.
How had you known about Barry's Big Cat Temple before this case?
Oh, yes, I drive by it every day or so. The sanctuary was well known back at the station for, let's just say, being rowdy.
When did you first arrive on the scene?
I arrived at the scene of the fire at 8:15, according to my notes. I then started my standard interview process.
Who did you interview first at the sanctuary?
I first talked to Paradelis Jacobidis, or PJ as I like to refer to him as, around 8:25 a.m. I learned that PJ was sure the fire was related to Barry's disappearance a couple of nights prior.
Did PJ have any idea who caused the fire?
PJ had an overwhelming belief Sylvestris was responsible for burning down the shed in order to destroy incriminating video for his role in Barry's murder.
Who did you speak with next?
I spoke with Barry's personal assistant, Serval Arata, who gave me more details about the night Barry disappeared. Apparently, Sylvestris sent everyone out on errands April 30th, the night that Barry disappeared.
What did you make of this information?
I couldn't tell you because from there I went on to investigate the remains of the burned shed. The only peculiar thing that some detectors were clear of batteries.
After you investigated the fire, who did you speak with?
I spoke with the man who made the initial 911 call about the fire, sanctuary handyman Kip Manuel.
How did that questioning with Mr. Manuel go?
Objection, Your Honor. Question calls for narrative.
Your Honor, if you would allow my question a little leeway, you'll see that the witness has been instructed to answer concise and to the best of her ability, and she won't be going on a so-called narrative.
I'll overrule the objection.
Let me repeat that question for you. How did your line of questioning go with Kip?
Great. Kip deemed very helpful. She showed me around the facility where we saw the infamous wee cat. On the night of the 30th, Kip and Bob left to buy meat in town for the cats. It was common for Sylvestris to send the staff on these supply runs out of the sanctuary.
Was Kip your last interview?
No, sir. Shortly after, I noticed Chaus Namir starting toward the sanctuary. Chaus operates the boat dock where Barry kept his boat. Chaus informed me that he had also seen a sedan driving north about the sanctuary the night of April 30th.
Did Chaus Namir know that Barry was missing?
Namir noticed Bazaar's boat was missing on the night of April 30th. Though Namir had a GPS tracking the boat, it unfortunately went out as the boat was taking off.
Detective, did you ever interview the defendant?
Yes, sir. Around 2:30, I interviewed Diardi, who claimed to have gone running at 9:30 p.m. the night of the 30th. It also came to my attention that he had some scrapes and cuts on his arms.
Was that all the investigating that you did?
No, sir. On May 4th, I followed up on Serval's alibi at the bar, as well as coordinating the search for Barry's boat near Siegfried and Roy Islands with the Coast Guard.
Was that the last you spoke with the workers at the sanctuary?
No. On May 5th, PJ and Serval came to the station for additional interviews.
What did you make of these exchanges?
From my understanding, leading up to Barry's disappearance, Diardi and him were bitter with each other. There was even video proof of Diardi wishing death upon Barry.
Where are these video recordings, Detective?
Well, see, they were all destroyed in the fire Mr. Diardi set to Mr. Jacobidis' shed.
What gives you these assumptions, Detective?
Well, the Texoma City Fire Department notified me that there was evidence of arson. They had found an accelerant that was used for the fire.
What news were you informed of on May 10th?
I received the forensics report, and it showed both Sylvestris and Barry's DNA found in the wee cat's cage.
Detective, would you recognize the forensics report if I presented it to you?
Yes, sir, I would.
Let me get my co-counsel to show that on the screen.
Forgive me, but what is the exhibit that you want us to show?
Exhibit number
4.
14, I believe, or 8, or 1 second. Exhibit 4, pardon. Perfect, thank you. Can you identify this document?
Yes. It's the forensics report from Texoma Forensic Testing Laboratory.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, prosecution moves Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objections?
Your Honor, the opposing counsel has not led the proper foundation, proper questioning for it to be admitted.
Response?
Let me backtrack a little bit, Your Honor, to lay the proper foundation.
Okay.
Has this document been altered in any way?
No, sir, it hasn't.
Your Honor, I believe that this time prosecution moves Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Was this the only place Sylvester's DNA was found in the report?
No, her fingerprints were also found on the smoke alarms, which hadn't gone off at the time of the fire.
Was all the information you collected, was this all the information that you had collected throughout your investigation?
Yes, sir. The forensics report concluded my investigation.
Now, Detective Leo, as one who has spent over a decade on numerous murders and crimes in your time in law enforcement, in your expert opinion, what do you conclude happened to Mr. Barry Bazaar?
After going over the facts and accumulated evidence with the district attorney, I have concluded that Sylvester Diardi murdered Barry Bazaar.
Your Honor, at this time, I pass the witness.
Proceed with cross.
Good afternoon, Detective Leo. My name is Alex Alonso Bauer, and I will be asking you some questions today. You say you have had 10 years of experience and initial training at the police academy, correct?
That is correct.
But you haven't had any additional training in crime investigations, yes or no?
I've had the training of experience.
So that's a no, you did not have additional training in crime investigations?
It would depend on your definition, but I guess according to you, no formal training.
And you have only been lead investigator on 2 other cases, right?
That's correct.
And you've only helped with 3 in addition to that, correct?
That is correct.
So wouldn't you agree with me that your experience is quite limited?
I wouldn't say so. I would say the same way you use a formula for multiple equations, the same processes can be applied to different types of investigations.
You were the lead detective in charge of investigating the disappearance of Barry Bazaar, correct?
That is correct.
And you were initially called to the Big Cat Temple in response to a fire, right?
Yes, a fireman made the initial 911 call that we responded to.
And you gathered statements from each of the witnesses present at the sanctuary, didn't you?
That's correct.
You first became aware of the disappearance of Barry Bazaar through Pardalis Jacobaitis, correct?
That's correct as well.
And Pardalis Jacobaitis was the first person to tell you about the disappearance, correct?
That is correct.
You believe the fire was related to the disappearance of Barry Bazaar, didn't you?
After gathering witness statements, yes, it was led to believe so.
In fact, you believe that the fire in the shed was arson, don't you?
Yes, according to the information given to me by the Texoma City Fire Department, it proved to lead to arson, yes.
Yet that same fire department, the lead arson investigator, could not conclude that the fire was caused by arson, correct?
There was proof of an accelerant, which in their information and as well as common knowledge could potentially be arson.
But at the same time, just to clarify, the arson investigator did not conclude that it could be caused by arson, correct?
Correct.
You do not have any direct experience with fire investigations or determinations of arson, do you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Your Honor, this line of questioning is to show the detective's experience in terms of arson. This is very relevant to the case.
Your Honor, I don't feel that the detective was called here today to investigate a fire. She was called to testify as a criminal investigator, not a fire investigator. I stand by my objection.
Your Honor, in the direct examination, the detective testified to a fire. This is directly relevant.
Yeah, I'm afraid you opened the door on that one, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
So, if I may repeat my question, you do not have any direct experience with fire investigations or determinations of arson, do you?
No, though it is a component to the crime investigation at hand.
So, in fact, the fire in the shed was not arson, was it?
According to the fire department, no.
You claim that Sylvester Diardi caused the death of Barry Bazaar, don't you?
Yes, that is what I have concluded.
But you have no concrete evidence that Diardi killed Barry Bazaar, do you?
While the evidence isn't concrete, it is enough to have us present here today at court.
You stated that Diardi's fingerprints were found in the smoke alarm in the shed, right?
Correct.
But you are aware that DRD has changed the batteries in smoke alarms in the past, don't you?
Yes, I've been informed.
Also, so you have no idea how long those fingerprints have been there, do you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Opposing counsel.
Your Honor, this question does not call for speculation. It's just asking if the detective knows how long the fingerprints have been there.
Yeah, he's just asking her
To her knowledge.
to her knowledge. Yeah, that, I don't think he's asking her to speculate. I'm going to overrule the objection.
So, if I may repeat my question, you have no idea how long those fingerprints have been there, do you?
It has been informed to me by the forensics team that no timestamp can be placed on the fingerprints, so no.
So to prefer that timestamp, permission to retrieve Exhibit 4 from the jury?
Okay, yes, sure.
Now, can you read for the jury where it starts from the paragraph in the middle, however?
However, it should be noted that fingerprints can be detected up to 40 years after deposition.
Thank you. You also claim that there were blood traces from both Barry Bazaar and Sylvester's DRD on the White Cat's gauge, correct?
Correct.
You are aware of several instances in which the Tigers drew blood from employees, including Barry Bazaar and Sylvester's DRD, correct?
I am aware that that is a possibility involved with the cats, so yes.
And you were also aware of a violent instance in which Sylvester's DRD saved Barry Bazaar from a tiger attack, aren't you?
I've been informed.
This near-death experience would have drawn blood, wouldn't it?
It's potentially yes.
So you have no idea how long the blood has been in that cage, do you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, once again, this is just calling to the witness's knowledge.
Calling for Your Honor, the opposing counsel is calling for my witness to speculate on how long the blood was there. My witness doesn't have a concrete
No, Your Honor,
answer.
this is not calling to speculate how long the blood was there. It's just asking if the witness knows how long the blood was there.
Okay,
Not a
I'm going to
specific-
over it, the same as with the previous one. He's asking her, his question was, you don't know how long the blood was there, and either she does or she doesn't know. I don't think he's asking her to speculate. So again, I'm going to overrule this objection on the same basis that I overruled the other one.
Then I object to lack of personal knowledge. My witness doesn't have any knowledge on how long the blood had or had not been there for.
Your Honor, this is what the line of questioning is about.
Yeah, that's precisely the question he's asking.
I'll
Repeat-
object to-
Yeah, repeat your question.
You have no idea how long the blood has been there, do you?
No, neither I nor the forensics team can put a timestamp on the blood we collected.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to rule on the objection, but pay real close attention to the way the questions are worded, okay? So anyway, it's irrelevant whether I rule now or not, so let's just keep moving.
So you cannot say that the blood on the cage was from the night Barry Bazaar disappeared, can you?
No, it cannot be concluded as such.
It's also just as possible that the blood was on the cage was from Sylvester's DRD who started working for Barry Bazaar 4 years ago, isn't it?
I wouldn't say so. The cages are clean, so it's probably unlikely that that would be the same blood from that incident.
So then your forensic evidence does not demonstrate in any way that the defendant did kill Barry Bazaar, does it?
It's not conclusive, yet it is enough to speculate and have us be here today in court.
Now, I want to talk to you about your investigation. You did not conduct a search for any bones or bodily remains, did you?
No, I had not.
You did not test the meat grinder for human DNA on May 3rd, did you?
I had not, because we had already had enough evidence to convict or charge DRD.
You did not try to find the feces from the white cat to test it for human DNA, did you?
As the bags had already been collected and given to the fertilizer place, no.
And you did not ask Charles Meyer for the GPS coordinates of Barry's boat, did you?
To my knowledge, no, I had not.
You did not attempt to find the dinghy until a week after its disappearance, right?
That is correct.
In fact, you weren't even going to send out a search for the dinghy, were you?
The dinghy had not been on my radar in terms of the main lead for the investigation, so no.
So you only sent the search out because the defense requested it, right?
Yes, after persistence from DRD's attorneys, I conducted that search on May 25th.
Now, there's no evidence that Bezar was fed to the White Cat, correct?
No, but there's enough evidence to speculate.
And there's no evidence that Barry's body was disposed in the meat grinder, is there?
The meat grinder and cutting machines had already since been cleaned, so that was not able to be proven, no.
In fact, there's no evidence that Barry is even murdered, is there?
No, but evidence has caused us to speculate that there are grounds for murder.
But neither Barry's boat nor body have been found to this day. Is that right?
No, sir.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
No for the redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. And you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state of Texoma calls Serval Arata to the stand. Good morning, Ms. Arata. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi, my name is Silver Arata. I'm 28 years old, born and raised in Texoma.
And what do you do for a living?
I basically handle administrative tasks at Barry's Big Cat Temple Sanctuary. You know, keeping up Barry's records and schedules.
And how long have you known Barry Bizarre?
Well, I've known him for as long as I can remember. We met at my parents', God bless their hearts, veterinary clinic one day after he came in for one of his cats. I was in reception and he came up to me to strike a conversation, offered me a job as his personal assistant, and the rest is history.
Could you tell us more about your relationship with Barry?
Our relationship didn't feel like one between a boss and employee at all. We would talk about anything and everything going on in our lives. I honestly believe I was his only real friend. He hired me despite my criminal record from a dumb mistake I made when I was 18. And I know that he saw me as more than a delinquent. I think that really brought us closer together.
Now, I'd like to discuss Mr. Bizarre's will, if that's okay with you. When Barry went missing, who was the beneficiary of his will?
Sylvester Stiardi. He was named the beneficiary instead of me after he helped him out with a little brawl with some cats.
Was this the first time he had changed his will?
No, it had changed a couple times before that. I was the first one named beneficiary, followed by Maureen, then back to me, and ending with Sylvestris, which automatically sparks up a little concern.
What was your reaction when you found out about this change?
I mean, of course I was a little upset. I found it kind of disheartening that this man who I consider to be my best friend put someone like Sylvestris on his will, even after all we went through together. I still consider him family though, and I definitely wouldn't hurt him over something like this.
Were you this flustered when the beneficiary switched to Charles Lemire?
Of course not. I consider Maureen to be a class act. We talked about it before, and there were no hard feelings at all.
So why were the reactions so different within these two instances?
I have always had an anxious feeling about Sylvestris. I felt like he was bad news from the day he got here. It bothered me that he named her the beneficiary after one close call with some cats, despite their constant arguing and fighting.
Now, let's talk about April 30th, the day Barry disappeared. What can you tell us about that day?
Well, the day started off pretty weird. Sylvestris assigned almost everyone on a supply run. Mario was getting some video cameras from the Louis Spyam store in Melissa. Sylvestris had mentioned that he called the local Louis Spyam and was informed that they were out of what we needed. I knew some cameras were on the fritz, so I didn't cause any hassle.
What else happened that day?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, this question calls for a narrative.
Your Honor, I can rephrase the question if you'd like.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and overrule the objection since you're going to rephrase the question.
Ms. Arata, after everyone left, what did you do?
I decided that it wouldn't hurt to stop at the closer Louis Spyam store, which was only 45 minutes away, instead of Melissa one that was an hour and a half away. When I moseyed on into the store, I found out they actually did have the cameras we needed.
And how did you react to this news about the cameras?
I mentioned the false information given on the phone to Sylvestris, but the staff said that they hadn't heard from Sylvestris at all that day, and I'll be the first to admit that really tied my hide.
Did you go back home after that?
No, I was kind of ticked off with the whole situation, so I decided to level off some steam by stopping off at Snoopy's Pub. It was karaoke night. I got there around 9 p.m. I might have had a little too much fun with the karaoke because I didn't get home till around 11.
Did you notice anything strange when you arrived back at the sanctuary?
Well, I took a walk around and I noticed that White Cat's cage had been freshly cleaned. The strong scent of bleach was a little weird because Kip hadn't cleaned the cage before he left.
Was there anything else that concerned you?
Yes, actually, I noticed that Barry's boat was missing, but I just assumed he went on a nighttime sail.
And when did you begin to express any concern for Barry's disappearance?
I got a little worried after we hadn't seen or heard from him for a few days, but on May 2nd, I got a feeling something bad had happened to him.
Can you tell the court what provoked this feeling?
I had heard some of the other staff members sharing their fears about Sylvestris. They were worried because of some of PJ's footage where Sylvestris mentioned money problems and a fight with Barry over his plan to change the will.
Did you learn anything else that would have sparked any suspicion of Sylvestris?
I found out there was footage of Sylvestris explain how it would be delicious karma if Barry was eaten by one of the tigers at the sanctuary.
Did Sylvestris know about this footage?
Well, I know Sylvestris walked in when we decided we would be taking the footage to the police if Barry didn't return within 24 hours, but he didn't say anything, just turned around and walked out.
Do you remember what happened after that?
Later that night, there was a fire in PJ's shed. It was pretty scary because my buddy PJ was still in there and the fire alarms didn't go off. I felt pretty bad for PJ because all the video footage he had was lost in that fire. To make matters worse, the fire was set on purpose.
Now, let's go back to April 30th. In your opinion, do you consider it a coincidence that Sylvestris sent everyone on different tasks?
No, I personally think that he planned to have everyone out that night so he would have the sanctuary to himself. It just seems too suspicious if you ask me.
And just for clarification, was it usual behavior for Barry to leave without warning?
Definitely not. Barry would have told me, or at least Maureen.
And finally, Miss Arata, why do you believe you're here today?
I'm here today in hopes for justice to be served to what happened to my only family and my best friend.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
You may proceed with cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Reyes, and I'll be asking you a few questions today. So you have been Mr. Bazar's personal assistant for the past 6 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when Mr. Bazar's wife passed away, he named you to be the beneficiary of his will, correct?
That's correct.
And a few years later, you were working still for him when your own parents passed away. Is that right?
Yes.
And from them, you inherited major debt. Is that correct?
That's true.
But at the time of your parents' passing, you were no longer the beneficiary of the will. Is that right?
That is correct.
But Mr. Bazar renamed you as the beneficiary after your parents died, right?
He learned of the circumstances and wanted to help me out. He wanted to make sure I was taken care of.
So you would agree that he wanted to ensure your financial security in the event that something were to happen to him, right?
That is true.
Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, the witness had just previously testified to that and currently just agreed to my question. So I believe she did have knowledge to what Barry's intentions were.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. But at the time of his disappearance, you were once again no longer the primary beneficiary, right?
That's true.
But you were in fact the contingent beneficiary, correct?
That would be correct.
So if Mr. Diardi is found guilty of murder today, you will be the one to inherit Mr. Bazar's entire estate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are testifying today in hopes of finding Mr. Diardi guilty, right?
I'm hoping to find Mr. Diardi guilty, not for the money. I want to make sure that Mr. Bazar, my best friend, has justice to his name.
But it is true that you stand to gain the most from Mr. Diardi's conviction today, correct?
Not as much as Mr. Diardi would gain if he was not found guilty.
Actually, it would be equal amounts. Isn't that correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Now, it is safe to say that you were no longer as financially secure without the inheritance, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when Mr. Bazar named Mr. Diardi as the beneficiary, you were confused by the decision, right?
I was confused, but I made my peace with it.
In fact, you were personally hurt by the decision, weren't you?
Yes, but I understand that that's what Barry wanted, and that's totally fine by me.
But at the time, it sort of felt like a betrayal, right?
At the time, but I've way past moved on beyond that.
Now, in fact, Miss Arata, you are very protective of Mr. Bazar, isn't that right?
That's correct. I wanted the best for Barry, and I know Barry wanted the best for me too. We looked out for each other.
You did not approve of his friendship with Mr. Diardi?
It wasn't my favorite, but Barry makes his own decisions, and that's okay with me.
You would agree with me that you disliked Mr. Diardi, right?
I didn't like the way he treated the animals, and I felt that he wasn't a good friend to Barry.
So if Mr. Diardi did inherit the sanctuary, your job could presumably be in danger, isn't that right?
That's correct, but it wouldn't be the worst in the world. I could manage my own.
Now, moving on the night of April 30th, Miss Jacobitis was not on the sanctuary after 7 p.m., right? Excuse me.
That would be correct.
And you were aware that this was a usual occurrence for him and his crew to leave on Thursdays?
Yeah, they go out every Thursday.
And on that same night, Kip Manul and the part-time worker were also not at the sanctuary after 6:30 p.m., correct?
That is true.
In fact, they would not return until well after, or at least midnight, correct?
That's true.
Lastly, you knew Mr. Diardi was on a run after 9:30 p.m. that night, correct?
He did send me a quick text.
And his long runs were a regular occurrence, right?
He would go running every now and then.
But now you claim to have been at Snoopy's pub that night from 9 to 11 p.m., correct?
Of course, I had to let off some steam, and like I said, it was karaoke night, and I do love to sing.
And that pub is, 20 seconds left. Okay, sorry. Now, there are no eyewitnesses that can place you at the pub that night, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you paid for your tab there in cash, isn't that right?
I did. I happen to have some cash on me.
So you did not receive a time-stamped receipt, isn't that right?
That is correct.
So therefore,
I was there over at the pub.
But there is no one else to corroborate your alibi on the night of Barry Bazar's disappearance, isn't that right?
That is correct. But there is also no one to concern the alibi for Mr. Diardi either.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Now, Mrs. Arata, it was common behavior of you to pay with cash at the bar, correct?
Of course. I was there. I'm a freaking buyer over there.
Okay, no further redirect, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I don't think I have time. So no.
Okay, you may step down. Is the defense ready to proceed with its case?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. The defense calls Kip Manul to stand.
Reminder that you've been sworn in.
Hello, Ms. Manul. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kip Manol. I am 31 years old, and I am the senior maintenance and repair technician here at Bay Cat Temple Sanctuary. I have worked for Barry for 1.5 years now.
What is your daily routine at the sanctuary?
Oh, I loved working for Barry. My main job is to clean the cat cages, turn the wrenches, grease all the wheels, and patch all the holes, and make the sanctuary business purr like a cat with catnip.
Would you consider your job to be dangerous?
Oh yeah, we get cuts and scrapes all the time. One time, with a new tiger, there was an incident where Barry was attacked. Luckily, Sylvester was there to save him.
Can you elaborate more on the attack?
Sure. It was in August of last year where Barry was working with the new tiger and was attacked. Then, out of nowhere, Sylvester jumped in and wrestled the tiger off of Barry.
Did this change the relationship between Mr. Bizarre and Sylvestris?
I mean, Barry and Sylvestris were already friends, but after the incident, they became very close. I mean, so close that Barry put Sylvestris in his will.
Aside from the incident with the tiger, do you know of any other reasons Mr. Bizarre would have made Mr. Diardi the beneficiary of his will?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, Ms. Manola has been working alongside both of them for some time now. She would know this.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sustain that objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you ever witness Mr. Diardi make negative statements about Mr. Bizarre?
Oh, no way. PJ is making it all up.
Were you aware that Mr. Diardi is a runner?
Oh, yes. He would go running all the time, usually for an hour or more. He would run like 10 miles. Boy, I wish I were in that kind of shape.
And what is your relationship with Mr. Diardi?
Sylvestris was great. He would help me around when I got behind in my work, like changing fire alarm batteries, for instance.
Would your relationship with Mr. Diardi bias you in your testimony today?
Not at all.
Do you recall the night of April 30th, 2020?
Yes, that's when we had our usual family dinner. Then Bob and I took the truck and we went down to the meat processing plant that was shutting down. We left right after dinner at around 6:30 p.m.
And around what time did you arrive at the sanctuary after going to the processing plant?
We arrived the next day, May 1st at 1:30 a.m.
What did you do once you returned to the sanctuary?
We unloaded the truck, all the meat, and processed it for the next day, so it'll be ready in the morning.
When did you notice that Mr. Bizarre was missing?
Not until May 2nd at around 9:30 a.m. when I noticed that Barry's boat, the Cat's Ironic, wasn't at the dock. People were saying that maybe he was on one of his unannounced trips, so I wasn't surprised.
Did Mr. Bizarre use his boat often?
Oh yes, all the time. He would go on trips that sometimes lasted several days. Marine kept the boat in good working order with a desalinator and supplies on board.
Was it, oh, excuse me. Do you recall the early morning of May 3rd?
Yes, I woke up at around 3 a.m. to see fires surrounding PJ's shed.
What did you do?
Well, I called the fancy fire department, of course. And would you look at that? The fire alarms weren't working. I blame Arata for that. She had bought those pieces of junk. I had been wanting to upgrade them for a while now.
Can you tell the jury a little bit more about the fire?
Sure, it smelled like an electrical fire. You know that plastic burning smell? I've probably smelled that about a dozen times. PJ's shed wasn't built to handle that much power. I'm almost certain that's what caused the fire. Even the fire department investigators weren't sure what caused the fire exactly.
Now, do you recall what happened on May 20th?
Yes, that's when Sylvestris Diardi was arrested by Sandaleo.
Do you believe Sylvestris Diardi killed Barry Bizarre?
Not at all. Without Barry, most of us wouldn't have anywhere to go.
Do you believe Barry Bizarre is dead?
No way.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I haven't asked that question.
Both
I don't
questions.
think he's asked, I'm sorry, I don't think he's asked that question. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe Barry Bizarre is dead?
No way. Barry's going to come back and get things back on the rails.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may proceed with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Manul. I will be asking you a couple of questions today. Now, Ms. Manul, you're the handyman at the Cat Temple, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Barry had hired you after your stint in prison?
Yes, that's correct.
The job came with room and board in a mobile home, right?
Yes, free room and board.
Now, moving on to March 2019, Pardalis Jacobitis, or PJ, began to film at the temple, correct?
Yes, he was pestering us all.
PJ would go around asking questions and interviewing the employees, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And you had a problem with the intrusive nature of PJ and his filming crew.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree that Mr. Jacobitis was just doing his job as a journalist?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Your Honor, if you allow my line of questioning a little leeway, I'm just going to establish that Mr. Jacobitis was just doing his job and Miss Manul was just biased due to their intrusive nature.
I will overrule the objection.
Yes, Your
Now, repeating my question, you had a problem with the, oh, excuse me. Wouldn't you agree that Mr. Jacobitis was just doing his job as a journalist?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase your question?
Excuse me. But wouldn't you agree that through these interviews, Mr. Jacobitis was just doing what he intended to the entire time?
I assume so.
Moving to April 30th, you had to go to a meat processing plant to pick up a surplus of meat for the cats, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You got back at around 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
You wanted to make sure that the cats had breakfast ready whenever you had arrived, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you had figured that the cats had been fed because the meat processing room looked like they were used, correct?
Correct, but we were running low on meat, so we just wanted to make sure we had everything ready for the next morning.
And you didn't investigate further to see why the processing room was used?
There was no reason to.
Moving on to May 2nd, it was 9:30 a.m. when you had learned Barry's boat was gone, right?
Yes.
You and Charleston Meyer had looked over the GPS system on the Cat's Ironic.
Yes, that's correct.
The GPS had been turned off at around 11:10 p.m. on April 30th.
I wouldn't know.
You didn't know that the GPS had been turned off despite your visit to the marina?
I didn't know if the GPS could have been turned off or on.
As well, the locator beacon or EPIRB wasn't on the boat when Barry left, right?
Yes, I wasn't on the boat.
And moving to the early morning of May 3rd, you were awakened by the frantic noises of the cats?
Yes, the fire was surrounding PJ Shed.
So you called 911 quickly after seeing the flames, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a transcript of your conversation with 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 5 to opposing counsel. Now, if my co-counsel could screen share the exhibit. Just give me a second, Miss Manul. Perfect. Now, Miss Manul, you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you briefly identify it for the jury?
It's my transcript call when I called the dispatchers.
And does this copy fairly and accurately depict the conversation as you remember it that night?
Yes.
And does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, we now offer Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't see how this is relevant to today's case.
Response?
Your Honor, if you allow the line of questioning a little bit of leeway, it's going to establish Mr. Manul's perception towards the fire and the various factors that could have gone into its causation.
Your Honor, this has nothing to do with the case in Sylvester's Diardi.
Your Honor, one of the primary points of contention is the fact that Diardi had caused the fire, and Mr. Manul is just going to give his opinion, or his expert opinion on that, using this exhibit as a basis.
His expert opinion?
Oh, no, forgive me. He's going to just testify with this transcript as his basis.
I'm going to go ahead and let him testify. I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, excuse me, you mentioned to the responder that the smoke alarm wasn't going off, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But Mr. Manul, but Miss Manul, were you in charge of changing the batteries on the smoke alarm?
Yes, but I would get forgetful sometimes and I would have help from Sylvester's.
So it's reasonable to say that you didn't do your job properly when it came to changing the batteries?
No, that's not correct.
You'd say that you did do your job properly in terms of changing the batteries?
Yes, but there would be times where I wouldn't change them, and Sylvester's would help.
And as well, in your call, you mentioned that the fire smelled like an electrical fire,
Yes, it smelled like a plastic burning smell.
and you made this assumption just off the smell, no other factors?
Well, I mean, there was a bunch of electrical, technological stuff in the shed.
So it is your contention that the fire was an electrical issue,
That's what I'm assuming so.
despite the fact that the fire department did not come to a conclusive decision on what had officially started the fire.
Well, I'm not exactly sure either. It's just an opinion.
Your Honor, before I pass the witness, may I publish Exhibit 5 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Okay, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. And defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Chausnemeyer to the stand.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Nemeyer. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Chelsea Meyer, but everyone calls me Marine. I'm 49 years old, and I've lived and worked at the Texoma Marina for nearly 10 years.
And do you know Barry Bazaar?
Yes, very well, actually.
How exactly did you meet Mr. Bazaar?
His Big Cat Temple Sanctuary is right next door to my property, so we have been friends and neighbors for all the 10 years that I've lived here. Of course, I also work on his boat for him.
Can you tell us more about Mr. Bazaar's boat?
It's a nice one, an Album Vega 27 called the Cat's Ironic. One of those comfortable boats you could even take across the ocean. Barry's had a 13-horse diesel that can move up to 25 nautical miles per
Objection,
hour.
Your Honor. The witness is launching into a narrative.
I think it's better not to interrupt a witness with an objection. The narrative objection needs to come probably before that. So I'm gonna go ahead and overrule that objection.
Since my witness was interrupted, I'll restate the question. Can you tell us a little bit more about Mr. Bazaar's boat?
Well, like I said, the model was an Album Vega 27, and it was called the Cat's Ironic. And it could go up to 25 nautical miles per hour.
Now, did Mr. Bazaar take his boat out often?
Sure, he would go on an unannounced sail about every now and then, but he would always let me know if he was going to be out for more than a day. Anyway, I made sure the boat was always serviced and stocked up with all the necessities.
Are you familiar with any of the other employees at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary?
Sure.
Do you know of Serval Arata?
Yes, Serval is Barry's personal assistant and a pretty odd person if you ask me.
Why do you say that?
Well, Serval seemed to be overly concerned with Barry's will and always seemed to be upset with Sylvester for one reason or another. Serval was pretty obsessed with Barry in the sanctuary.
And what exactly do you mean by obsessed?
Well, let's just say that about a week before Barry's boat went out, Serval was at the marina looking over the boat and the supplies that I had restocked, and she was still fuming about the most recent will change, even though it had happened months before.
What do you know about Mr. Bazaar's will?
I know that he changed his will several times. At one point, even I was the beneficiary, but thankfully I wasn't for long. I could never take care of those cats. At the time of Barry's disappearance, Sylvester was set to inherit the place instead of Serval.
Do you know of any tension between Mr. Bazaar and Mr. Diardi?
No, not at all. I never saw any tension between them.
Do you recall the evening of April 30th?
Yes, I do.
Now, did you see anything strange that evening?
Not really, except for seeing Serval arrive at the sanctuary around 9:45, and then seeing the Cat's Ironic leave the marina pretty soon after without notice.
And are you sure that you saw Serval Arata arrive at 9:45 p.m.?
Yes, because I heard Sylvester's call out around 9:30 as he was running by, and I saw Serval's sedan driving on the employee road only 10 to 15 minutes after that.
Was it normal for Mr. Giardi to call out to you during his runs?
Yes, he did those regular 10-mile runs and would usually call out to say hi. Such a nice guy.
Are there any other employees at the Big Cat Temple Sanctuary that drive a sedan?
No, Serval's the only one.
And to your knowledge, is that road used by people who do not work at the sanctuary?
Not at all. There's even a big sign there to make sure random people don't end up where the employees live. There's a parking lot for the visitors on the other side where they get off the highway, and folks coming to the marina, I know them. This had to be Serval.
All right. What time did you see the Cat's Ironic leave the marina that night?
It was around 10 to 11 p.m., but I don't think Barry was the one driving it. He would have stopped by my boat, especially since he knew I had taken the EPIRB off to work on it.
So who could have possibly been driving the boat when you saw it leaving the marina on April 30th?
I know both Serval and Sylvestris had taken the helm before. However, of the two, only Serval was at the sanctuary at the time.
Do you know in which direction the boat was headed?
Yes, I can access the GPS on the boat from my laptop, so I was able to see the boat was headed west, straight towards Typhoon Judy, although no one could have known that at the time.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, the typhoon unexpectedly and dramatically changed course that night.
Your Honor, permission to retrieve Exhibit 2 and present to the witness?
You may.
Mrs. Nemeyer, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What exactly is it?
This is a map showing the path and timing of Typhoon Judy.
Can you please briefly summarize the contents we're looking at?
Sure. So as you can see, there's the Texoma Bay where the marina is located. The blue line indicates the path that Barry was likely to have followed towards Siegfried Island. And on the far left, the red line shows the path the typhoon was supposed to take, but instead it turned right and crossed direct paths with Barry's boat trajectory.
Now, for hypothetical purposes, imagine that Mr. Bizarre was driving the Cat's Ironic that night. To your knowledge, would Mr. Bizarre have been able to navigate through the storm?
No, he didn't have any experience with that kind of weather. No one around here, except for myself, would have been able to survive it.
Was the Cat's Ironic ever found?
No, it was not.
Was Mr. Bizarre's body ever found?
No, it wasn't.
Now moving on, do you know Detective Sandaleo?
Yes, I cooperated with the investigation and even offered the GPS evidence to him, but the detective just took my word for it and refused the actual data. Didn't seem particularly interested.
Now, what is your relationship with Sylvestris Giardi?
Well, I know him through Barry, of course. I saw him occasionally and he would always say hi when our paths crossed.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Giardi?
I didn't really know him that well, but he was always nothing but kind to me.
Mrs. Nemeyer, why exactly are you testifying today?
I'm testifying to what I know to be true. If Barry did take the boat out, he would not have been able to survive the storm. We should also look more carefully into Serval. And I know that Sylvestris is certainly not capable of murder.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Prosecution, are you ready for cross?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Good evening, Ms. Namir. I'm going to be asking you a couple of questions today.
Okay.
You've known Barry Bizarre for the 10 years that you've worked at the marina, correct?
Yes, he was a great friend.
And you work on his boat often?
Yes, all the time.
And usually you make sure that all the supplies are there on Barry's boat, correct?
That is correct.
Among the supplies, a radio beacon was to be on the ship in case of an emergency, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But you hadn't been able to repair the beacon before his trip on April 30th.
Unfortunately, no.
Moving on to April 23rd, you mentioned you had a strange conversation with Serval Aruda, right?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned his previous mild nature towards the will change, correct?
Yeah, he seemed to be kind of weirded out that Barry changed the will to Sylvestris.
You had mentioned that Barry had changed his will multiple times.
Yes, he did.
Even you were named beneficiary at one point, yes?
Yes, I was.
Moving on, you mentioned that Barry always stops by your boat to say goodbye whenever he leaves, right?
Yes, if he was going to be out for more than a day.
And just for clarification, you'd agree with me that the defendant knows how to drive the boat too, correct?
Yes, he's driven the boat before, and so has Serval.
You'd also agree with me that the defendant has taken Barry's boat out multiple times, correct?
Again, like I said, Serval and Sylvestris had taken it out multiple times.
Now, on April 30th, you saw Barry's boat sail off between 10 and 11 p.m. that night.
That is correct.
He supposedly sailed off without stopping or calling by.
Yeah, he didn't stop by, which was very strange.
And you linked you had linked the GPS on your boat to the Me Finder on your laptop, hadn't you?
Yes, I had.
And that application is used to find the subject's location, correct?
That is correct.
This led you to check the GPS of the boat after he left.
Yes, I checked the GPS.
And you saw 2 pings on the way to the island, correct?
Yes.
After a while, you checked again. You saw no more pings, didn't you?
The GPS was either turned off or malfunctioned or something, but there were
And
no
you
more
weren't concerned
pings.
about this?
I was concerned, but I couldn't do anything about that.
So despite the fact that you had no idea where your dear friend Barry Bazaar was, you still decided to go to sleep that night?
Yes, like I was concerned, but I also knew that Barry would turn off the GPS sometimes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I pass the witness.
Thank you. Do we have any redirect?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense calls Sylvester Stiardi to stand.
Direct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Namar, you may step down, and defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, the defense calls Sylvester Stiardi to stand.
So, Mr. Diardi, you've already been sworn in. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. My name is Sylvester Stiardi, or Sylvie, as my friends like to call me. I'm 28 years old, and I lived and worked here at the Big Cat Temple in Texoma.
And what is the Big Cat Temple?
It's a large cat sanctuary that was founded by Barry Bazaar 20 years ago to care for, you guessed it, big cats. It's also really the only place I could ever call home.
What was your relationship with Mr. Bazaar like?
Barry was the owner and the operator of the Big Cat Temple. And sure, he was my boss, but he was really like a father to me. Barry was willing to take a chance, and he hired me in May of 2018. You could say that we saved each other's lives.
How did Mr. Bazaar save your life?
I had a really hard childhood growing up, and I got into some trouble. But Barry totally turned my life around by giving me this job. Working with the cats is really good for me, and I just love my job so much.
How then did you save Mr. Bazaar's life?
In August of 2019, one of the new tigers attacked Barry and had him pinned down. I ran into the cage after him and distracted the tiger so that Barry could escape and eventually calm the cat down.
Did this event change your relationship with Mr. Bazaar in any way?
I guess you could say it did, but I didn't think we could be any closer. Because of my cat-like instincts, Barry must have thought I was a reincarnated cat and was spiritually related to him and the white cat.
Did your relationship change in any other ways?
Well, since he thought I was related to the white cat, he made me the beneficiary of his will so that I could take care of white cat and all of the other cats when he passed away. He trusted me with everything, and he even called me his own kid.
What were your relationships with other employees at the Big Cat Temple like?
Well, for the most part, everyone got along just fine. I always tried to stay out of any drama, but for some reason, Arata had a problem with me.
Are you referring to Mr. Bazaar's personal assistant, Serval Arata?
Yes, I am.
What were the issues between you and Serval Arata?
Well, Arata never liked me, especially after I became super close with Barry. And I guess it was just jealousy. And once Barry's will was changed, Arata downright hated me.
Why
did Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge. The witness doesn't have the ability to testify on how Barry felt, or how Serval felt, sorry.
Your Honor, not only was this witness able to intercept negative emotions that were coming straight for him, but he has also already heard Serval Arata's testimony today in which she testifies to not liking Mr. Diardi.
I second the objection, Your
okay.
Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why did Ms. Arata dislike you after the will was changed?
Arata was the beneficiary of the will before it was changed to me. She was also really close to Barry, so Arata was upset about not getting the Big Cat Temple.
Mr. Diardi, I'd like to talk to you more about your job at the sanctuary. Was it ever dangerous working with the big cats?
Most definitely. I was always getting scratched up and swatted by the cats. In fact, Barry and I were both swatted by the white cat from time to time.
Was it common for these encounters with the cats to draw blood?
Absolutely. My blood has been all over those cages. In fact, one of the cheetahs scratched me up real good just before my interview with Detective Leo.
Now, what all did your job at the Big Cat Temple entail?
My job was to supervise the staff. This included assigning tasks and making sure we had a full inventory of everything you needed. Occasionally, I would also help clean up or feed as needed.
What kind of tasks did you normally assign?
Anything from maintenance to running errands to get what we needed to keep the place up and running.
Now, walk us through the day of April 30th. Did you assign the staff any tasks this day?
Yes, I did. It was my duty to make sure that the sanctuary had everything it needed in order to function, and I knew that we needed some stuff like food and new cameras for the cages.
So what task did you assign everyone on April 30th?
I sent Kip and Bob to get some meat at Steer's End, and I asked Arata to go to the Wiesbaum store in Melissa.
Why did you send Kip Manul and the other employee to Steers End?
Well, we were running low on food for the cats, and they were having a huge sale. Buying the food from that location would save us a lot of money, and Barry was thrilled.
And why did you send Arata to the Wiesbaum store?
Some of the cameras were on the fritz, including the one pointing to the white cat cage. The closer location did not have any more Wiesbaum cameras and cables available.
What were you doing while everyone was running errands, Mr. Diardi?
I went on my usual 10-mile run around 9:30, and I cooled off at the Tickson Lagoon afterwards. It was pretty humid that night.
How long did your run take?
I can run around a 10-minute mile for 10 miles, so I was gone from around 9:30 p.m. to 11:15 p.m.
Did you see anyone while on your run?
I saw Marine at the start of my run. I didn't actually see anybody else, but I do remember seeing Arata's car when I returned.
Did you notice anything else when you returned from your run?
Yeah, I heard loud machinery going off in the meat processing room. It was either the cutting or the grinding machine, and the only person back from running errands was Arata.
Now, what do you know about the fire incident in the film shed?
It was a terrible accident. The shed was basically destroyed, but thankfully.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge. The witness can't testify as to what the cause of the fire was or whether or not it was an accident.
Your Honor, the witness is testifying to his own opinion, and it has already been discussed multiple times throughout this case that the cause of the fire was inconclusive, and the witness himself saw the forensic reports that came back from the fire investigation.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
If opposing counsel believes that the results are inconclusive, I don't understand how the witness can be able to testify that it was an accident.
The results were inconclusive, and therefore we are uncertain whether it was an accident or not, and the witness is merely testifying to his opinion from his observations as an eyewitness.
Your Honor, that's I believe that's lack of personal knowledge.
We'll go ahead. I will go ahead and sustain the objection.
Mr. Diardi, do you know what caused the fire?
Nobody knows, but Jacobitis smoked in her bed often, and in addition, those ancient fire alarms that Arata had installed, they never went off.
Who was responsible for the upkeep of the fire alarms?
That was Manul's job, but he would forget to replace the batteries in the fire alarms, so I ended up changing them a lot.
Your Honor, may I present the witness with what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 4?
You may.
Give me a second while it is pulled up. I'm just going to screen share it myself. Now, Mr. Diardi, are you familiar with this document?
Oh, yes, I am actually. This is the forensic report from the testing lab.
And can you tell us what is said in the highlighted portion, first highlighted portion?
Well, it basically says that my fingerprints were found on the fire alarm in the shed and that my blood was in the cage.
Can you explain why the fire prints were found on the fire alarm?
The fingerprints were from when I changed the batteries on the fire alarm. It even says here fingerprints can be detected up to 40 years after the deposition. So they really had no idea how long this had been there.
And can you explain why your blood was in the Wildcat cage?
Well, like I said earlier, the cats can get feisty sometimes. Barry and I have both gotten swatted by the white cat several times, and it's really no surprise at all that my blood was in the cage, but I still love the cats.
Does this forensic report conclude how long the blood trace evidence had been in the cage?
No, like the fingerprints, it couldn't be dated, so there's no telling how long it's been there.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about Mr. Bizarre's disappearance. When did you discover he was gone?
Well, I guess it was a day or two after the 30th. Some of the employees started to get worried.
Were you personally concerned that Mr. Bizarre had left?
Well, at first, no, because he had gone off sailing in the past to clear his mind without telling anyone, so I wasn't alarmed.
Did you become concerned later?
Yes, I did. When I found out about the nearby typhoon, I suggested that we call the Coast Guard as soon as we could.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Bizarre to sail to the nearby Seaford or Roy Islands?
Not at all. In fact, Barry once mentioned to me that he wanted to sail to some uninhabited islands just off the coast. And 2 weeks before he disappeared, he said that he wanted to take one of his sailing trips.
Objection, Your Honor. That statement is hearsay.
Your Honor, under Rule 408, this is an exception to hearsay as it was made by a declarant unavailable by cause of death.
I'm gonna overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, has Mr. Bizarre's boat ever been found?
No, it has not been.
Has Mr. Bizarre's body ever been found?
No. They never recovered his body.
So what do you believe happened to Barry Bizarre?
Sorry. Nobody really knows, but it's likely that it could have been the storm. There's just so much unknown to really say.
Now, to your knowledge, would anyone benefit from Mr. Bizarre's disappearance?
I can't understand why anyone would want someone as great as Barry gone. But if I am found guilty today, Arata would inherit the entire Big Cat Temple and the rest of Barry's estate.
Mr. Bizarre, did you have anything to do with the disappearance of Mr. Diardi? Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of Mr. Bizarre?
Not at all. Barry was like a father to me, and I would never do anything to hurt him. I loved him and the animals way too much to ever do
The
something like that.
relevance of this question.
Your Honor, given that this is the reason why we are all here today, I believe it is very relevant that we hear from the defendant himself whether or not he was involved in this disappearance.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I believe it's up to the jury to make that decision, and I don't believe the testimony of the witness can make that choice.
Your Honor, I believe that we are here today to present all of the facts and evidence that we have to the jury so that they can be best informed to make this decision. And I don't see how any better testimony could be given than from the defendant himself.
I'm going to overrule the.
Thank you. So again, Mr. Diardi, did you have anything to do with the disappearance of Mr. Bizarre?
No, I would never do something like that to Barry. He was like a father to me, and I would never do anything to hurt him. I loved him and the animals way too much to ever do something like that. This all sounds like some made-up story.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Diardi, you claim to have a very close relationship with Barry, correct?
Yes.
You even considered him to be like a father, right?
Yes.
Now, despite this relationship, you did have some arguments with Barry, right?
We were like family. Our families have arguments.
In fact, you stated you had a dust up a week or two before Barry disappeared, right?
Yeah, it was
So-
an argument.
So you'd agree with me that you didn't have the best relationship with Barry, right?
We argued because we loved each other.
Now, let's talk about your relationship with others from the sanctuary. You were present during the time of Pardalius Jacobidus's questioning, right?
Yes,
So you'd agree with me that in his direct, it was discussed that there was footage of you making a drastic quote about the death of Barry, correct?
I heard about that, but it's not true.
Now, of course, you weren't happy with these bad claims, right?
Well, nobody would be.
And you'd agree with me that because of this, you didn't have a great relationship with the film crew, right?
We weren't really on bad terms, but he's not my favorite person in the world.
You'd agree with me that you referred to the film crew as a real pain, right?
I guess so. They bother
Now-
people.
I'm sorry, you'd guess that you made that claim?
Well, I suppose I did.
Now, I want to discuss the fire that occurred in PJ Shed. You're aware of the fact that the smoke detectors did not go off, right?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, may I retrieve Exhibit 4?
You may.
1 second while my co-counsel provides the exhibit.
sure.
Now, you'd agree with me that this report states that the fingerprints on the smoke detector match the right index finger and the right thumb of Sylvester Diardi, right?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that nowhere in that report does it mention anyone else having fingerprints on the smoke detector, right?
it doesn't look like it.
Now, you're aware that because of this fire, most of Jacobidus's footage was lost, right?
Yes,
Now, let's talk about April 30th, the day Barry disappeared. That day, you sent most of the staff on tasks, correct?
well, yes, we needed lots of things.
These tasks included getting food for the cats and some supplies from the Weiss Biome store, right?
Yes,
And despite the fact that there was a Weiss Biome store nearby, you sent Arata to the location in Melissa, correct?
yes. At the time, I wasn't aware that the closer location had the items we needed.
You'd agree with me that this location was 90 minutes away in comparison to the local one, which was approximately 20 minutes, correct?
Sounds about right.
And the reason for this was because of the lack of product you needed, right?
I'm sorry, you're speaking about the cameras?
The reason for you sending Arata to a further location.
Well, yes, I was notified that the closer location did not have the things we needed.
And you became aware of that through calling one of the workers at the local Weiss Biome store, right?
Yes,
And now you're aware that Arata visited the local store and found out that they did have the products you sent him to receive, right?
yes, I heard about this afterwards.
In fact, Arata questioned if they had received a call from you, and the staff provided the fact that they never received a call from you at all, right?
Well, unfortunately, the person that I called no longer works there.
Let me redirect you back to my question. They never received a call from you, correct?
Well, yes, they did, but the person's gone.
Now, while you sent Arata on this goose chase, you claimed to be running, right?
I was running.
During this run, you heard machinery going off in the food processing room, right?
Yeah, which was a little bit odd.
Now, you didn't stop to check why the machines were going off, right?
I was surprised they're working on breakfast. That was my first thought.
Now, just to be clear, you have no idea who was actually in there at this time of night, right?
No, but the only person that was back was Arata.
That's a yes, correct?
Well, it's a no because I heard Arata was there.
So you knew for a fact that Arata was in the processing room.
I wouldn't call it a fact that he was there, but
So
he
you-
was the only person back.
So you aren't sure that he was in there.
Well, I'm not sure. No.
And you're aware that your blood, along with Barry's, was found in Wicat's cage, right?
Yeah, we got scratched up by the Wildcat. She was pretty feisty.
And just for clarification, you have no physical way of actually proving that you were out running that night, right?
Well, I yelled out to Marine, so that
I'm
should be
sorry,
proof
you
enough.
have no actual physical proof, right?
I guess not.
Now, Barry's boat is said to have left between 10 to 11. This is the same time you were supposedly out running, right?
I was out running during that time. Thank you.
This was also the time you were seen soaking wet coming out of the water near the marina, right?
Yeah, I took a dip.
And just so the jury knows, you'd agree with me that you do know how to drive Barry's boat, right?
Oh, definitely without help, I could not. I would have like crashed it or something.
I'm
The
sorry,
gadgets
so
are
you
just too
haven't
much.
driven his boat before?
No, not without help.
You'd agree with me that it was your idea to wait longer than a day to call the authorities, right?
Well, I suggested that we call the Coast Guard because originally I was not worried.
Thank you, Your Honor. I passed the witness.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect necessary, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. Counsel, you have a minute to prepare your closing arguments. Okay, are y'all ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Prosecution, you may proceed.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 4.5, I'd like to reserve the remaining time in my closing for my rebuttal.
You may have up to a minute.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. Barry Bizarre welcomed the defendant to his sanctuary with open arms despite his past experience as a convict. This proved to be a fatal mistake because his decision led to the end of his life. Let's take a second to go over the testimony and evidence that have shown us the true cause of death for Barry Bizarre. Detective Leo told you how the defendant's fingerprints were found on the smoke detector that failed to alert PJ about the fire. He also explained how only the defendant's blood was found alongside Barry's in the cage of a cat. Pardelius described the constant tensions found between Barry and the defendant, including the fact that the defendant openly expressed her negative thoughts about Barry with the phrase, "Wouldn't it be perfect karma if Barry was eaten by the cat?" And Serval explained how she could sense Sylvestris had bad intentions since the day she met her. Despite all this testimony, the defense expects you to believe that the defendant had no involvement with the disappearance of Barry Bizarre. As the prosecution, we had the burden to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt. This means that we had to completely prove the defendant committed murder and should be held responsible for the death of someone who provided a second chance for many ex-convicts. In summary, to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt means that we had to provide you with enough testimony and evidence to convince you without hesitation that the defendant had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Barry Bizarre. Whatever perspective the defense chose to argue today, we managed to prove and defend every aspect of the murder of Barry Bizarre. In order to completely convince you that the defendant is responsible for the disappearance of Mr. Bizarre, we decided to defend and demonstrate the mean, motive, and opportunity available to the defendant at the time. We demonstrated the means of the murder by providing the irrefutable DNA from the crime scene. The defendant's blood was found on the cage alongside Barry's. The defendant, who was previously convicted of arson, also had fingerprints on the faulty smoke detector that led to the near death of PJ. We showed the motive by presenting just how important money was to the defendant. Serval provided us with the first-hand testimony of just how important the will was to Silvestris and how she was willing to put the need for money first and foremost. Serval also told us that she had constantly witnessed feuds between the defendant and Barry over the will, and how the defendant was willing to do whatever it took to make sure his name stayed as the primary beneficiary. With a profitable tourist attraction and a large sum of money on the line, the defendant made it clear that his relationship with Barry was his priority. And finally, we presented the opportunity by elaborating on the wild goose chase that the defendant sent half the staff on. You heard the defendant testify himself, saying that they organized everyone to be away on the night of Barry Bizarre's disappearance. Members of the jury, as my co-counsel stated, the defendant chose to murder the man who gave them a second chance. Why would we let the defendant get away with the murder of a man who served as a father to nearly every staff member of the sanctuary? I would like you to look back at this trial and think, did the defense manage to disprove the fact that the defendant had the opportunity, reasoning, and ability to murder Barry Bizarre? We are confident that you'll consider everything you heard today and that you'll find the defendant guilty of committing murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, choose your own adventure. These fictional books allow the reader to choose one ending out of many to complete their story. However, that is fiction, and this case today is very real. After having heard the facts of today's case, it has become extremely clear that there are too many endings, too many unanswered questions, and too much reasonable doubt to find Silvestris Diardi anything other than not guilty. The first possible ending to the tragic story of Barry Bizarre is that he is lost at sea. We heard the closest friends of Mr. Bizarre tell us about his frequent and unannounced boat trips. We saw Exhibit 2 depict Typhoon Judy's extreme shift in direction, headed straight towards Mr. Bizarre's path. Did the Cat's Ironic unfortunately sink after the typhoon struck? Without the EPIRB, we have no way of knowing. Did Mr. Bizarre finally do what he had talked about and run away to an uninhabited island somewhere in the ocean, which is why he turned his GPS off? These are unanswered questions. This is reasonable doubt. Secondly, there is the ending that revolves around the suspicious behavior of Serval Arata, a person who was overly protective of Barry Bizarre and obsessed with the nature of his will. When Mr. Bizarre changed his will to remove her as the primary beneficiary, Serval Arata felt betrayed and threatened. Perhaps this is the true fatal mistake of Mr. Bizarre, which the prosecution is looking for. With the same access as Silvestris Diardi, coupled with the lack of alibi, Serval Arata raises extreme reasonable doubt. No one can verify Serval Arata's claim to be at a pub, and instead somebody can place Serval Arata's sedan at the sanctuary on the night of Mr. Bizarre's disappearance. Another important thing to note is the fact that Serval Arata stands to gain the financial ability to pay off her debt and own the sanctuary with a wrongful conviction of guilty today. Given Serval Arata's motive, means, and opportunity, how did the prosecution fail to investigate anyone else besides our client as a suspect? That leads us to the third possibility. The prosecution's case includes too much circumstantial evidence and speculation to arrive at the correct conclusion. Sylvester Stiardi was the most trusted person in Barry Bazaar's life, as made evident by his choice of beneficiary. He had already once saved Mr. Bazaar's life. It is illogical to think he would turn around and take that same life again. Detective Sandalillo heard a few biased opinions, failed to investigate thoroughly, and jumped to the most convenient conclusion in deciding to arrest an innocent man. Like we heard today directly from Detective Sandalillo's mouth, the evidence of the prosecution is based on pure speculation rather than conclusive facts. How do you charge someone with murder when you are not certain someone has died? No body was ever found. That is reasonable doubt. What happens if Mr. Diardi is wrongfully convicted today and Mr. Bazaar shows up alive and well in a few days, weeks, or months? Now, in this case, the prosecution bears the burden of proof. They must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Diardi is guilty of murder. Murder is committed when a defendant intentionally and without justification causes the death of an individual. The prosecution has failed to do this. On the defense side, all we must do is raise one possibility that causes reasonable doubt, and instead we have given you at least 3. Consider the testimony you heard today and trust the voice in the back of your mind that questions the prosecution's case. It must not be ignored. It is reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are nearing the end of this story. Although the readers of Choose Your Own Adventure books could, in theory, read multiple endings, we cannot. This is not fiction. This is about a man's life. The facts of this case could not be clearer. There are no real answers. We don't know if Mr. Bazaar got caught in the typhoon on April 30th. We don't know if Serval Arata is the one who took his life. In fact, we do not even know that Mr. Bazaar is dead. We ask that you recall each and every instance of reasonable doubt that was presented to you today and keep an innocent man out of jail by finding Sylvester Stiardi not guilty. Thank you.
To all of you, congratulations.
Wait, she
Great
gets-
job.
Sorry, rebuttal.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Your Honor, may I proceed with my rebuttal?
Absolutely.
Opposing counsel, or may it please the court, opposing counsel and members of the jury. Opposing counsel like to compare our argument to a choose your own adventure story. While we would love to argue the options in a fictional world, we are forced to face the reality and the actual events that occurred. Sylvester Stiardi fed Barry Bazaar to the cats and sent his boat off to throw us off his scent. DNA proved that the defendant had a part in the disappearance of Barry, and we trust that you'll find him guilty of the murder of Barry Bazaar. Thank you.
Now. Okay, excellent work, everybody. Excellent work. I'm tired. Is anybody else tired? Anybody else?
Let's go.
Okay, I'm going to send y'all. I've done the recording, and so I will send y'all a copy of the recording.
Thank you, Ms. Tyree.
I'll send it to Ms. Turner, and then she can pass it on to the rest of y'all. But I've also got to figure out how to do that first. Anyway, good luck with your competition. I think y'all are going to do really well.
Good luck to you all as well. You guys were amazing today, each and every one of